closing. So we're going to try and get that all in before 4:30. So is the resolution, can we get resolution formal adoption of the Anishinabek Nation Strategic Action Framework in response to Bill 5 and C5 up, please? On the screens. This has been read. We had discussion yesterday. It's been moved and seconded. We just didn't have the quorum to get this actioned. We were looking for consensus from Southeast, Southwest, Northern Superior, and Lake Huron for this assembly, for this resolution. Our online chiefs and councils, are they available? If we can get a thumbs up from those councils and proxies that are online, so we don't miss them. So I see Chief Solomon on from Fort William. Bonjour, Chief. I see Chief Patsy Corbier. She's in her vehicle, it looks like, so she's committed. Miigwech, Patsy. Miigwech. And do we have quorum? We have. And Proxy Jeff is online as well from Mississauga's Scoogog Island First Nation. Miigwech, Proxy from Scoogog Island. Okay, we have resolution number 1. We're gonna resolution on formal adoption of Anishinabek Nation Strategic Action Framework in response to Bill C5. It's moved by Chief Simpson of Alderville, seconded by Chief Edgar, Michipakaten First Nation. We read the therefores at the last meeting, therefore be it resolved. Are there any abstentions? All those in favor of this resolution? In favor? Okay. Those opposed? Oh, we need to see. The leadership are having a hard time reading the screen, so if we can blow it up a little bit on the screen, so if the technical people can bring that up for everybody, that'll be really helpful. Miigwech, is that better, Chief Bell? Miigwech, okay. Chief Patsy, so giving a thumbs up from Chief Patsy. Any opposed to the resolution? Are there any abstentions to this resolution? This resolution is passed. Thank you very much. The next one we're going to bring up is respecting and honoring First Nations governance autonomy. I have that resolution brought up. Respect and honoring First Nation governance. All this back here? Okay. That's moved by, nope. Do we have a mover and seconder for that? Respect and honoring First Nations governance autonomy. I thought we had a mover and seconder. No. Oh, there we go. Yep. Yep, it's on the board, so it's moved by Ogama Rodney Nawagab of Whitefish River, Miigwech Gama, and seconded by Chief Hendrick, Moose Deer Point First Nation. Miigwech. Let's move down to the therefore be it resolved. There's been some amendments made. Okay, okay. Just want to move it down a little bit so I can read it from the screen. Move it down. I can read number 1. I can only see number 2. Moving it down. Okay. Okay, whereas the Anishinabek Nation Declaration of 1980 affirmed we have the inherent right to self-determination, sovereignty, our own forms of government, and determining our own citizens. And whereas by Resolution 9525, the Anishinabek Chiefs and Assembly directed the Union of Ontario Indians to enter self-government negotiations with the federal government in all areas including governance, education, lands, resources, justice, and social services. And whereas the Anishinaabek Nation is proclaimed and is guided by Ngudwe Anishinaabe, and we are one Anishinaabe family, and by subsequent declarations and laws that affirm Anishinaabek sovereignty, unity, and way of life, including the Anishinaabek Bendagzajig Nakanagewan 2009, and Ngudwe Anishinaabe 2011, and Anishinabek Nation Chinaknagewan 2012, Anishinaabe Gijigat Declaration of 2021, and Anishinabek Declaration on Bendagzajig 2025. And whereas, okay, I'm going through the whereas. I just want to go to the actions. My apologies. Do we have the, let it be resolved. Affirming commitment for advancement, development, and implementation of the Anishinabek Nation Chinaknagewan and the principles of Ngudwe Anishinaabe. Encourage Anishinabek First Nations to become informed concerning ANGA and the implementation work of Makanagan. Remind the Anishinabek First Nations that traditional and customary decision-making processes can be used to approve and implement ANGA, and affirm the Anishinabek Nation and Makanagan will honor and respect the political autonomy of any member First Nation that signals its intent to withdraw from ANGA while continuing to advance and strengthening the collective governance path forward. That's the resolution. It's been moved and second. All those in favor of the resolution? Go ahead. Those that are opposed to the resolution? I'm checking online. Any opposition online? No. Any abstentions to the resolution? Chief Patsy, I see you have the thumbs up. Is that in favor of the resolution? Okay, that's cleared up. Okay, we've passed this resolution. Miigwech, for your support on that resolution. We'll move on to the next one, which is the developing a relationship protocols with the Health Sciences North Research Institute.
I have Kathy Stevens and Ogama.
Yeah, so this was moved by Chief Stevens of Nipissing First Nation and Ogama Amanika. Is Chief Amanika online? Chief Stevens? So we'll just go to the actions to be resolved. Direct that the Anishinabek Nations develop a relationship protocol with the Health Sciences North Research Institute to develop research protocol agreements with the Anishinabek First Nations. The relationship protocol will outline the role of the Health Sciences North Research Institute as partnering organization that will provide an advisory role in the development of research protocols agreements with the Anishinabek First Nations, and direct that the completed draft resolution protocol is brought forward for review by the Leadership Council prior to signature by the Grand Council Chief. Did a mover or seconder want to speak to this resolution any further? It's pretty self-explanatory, I would think. All those in favor of this resolution? Miigwech. Are there any opposed to this resolution? Kagego. Are there any abstentions from this resolution? Okay, this resolution is passed. Miigwech. We're moving on to the next one. Next resolution. First Nation-led Lake Nipigon Stewardship Council. If you want to bring that resolution up, please. And that's been moved by Ogama Odawa Jr., Red Rock Indian Band, and seconded by Chief Edgar, Michipakaten First Nation. Both of them are in the room. Miigwech. Does any of the mover or seconder want to speak to the resolution at all? No. Okay. We'll then go forward to the actions from the resolution. If we can move down to the action items, please. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Direct the Anishinabek Nation Lands and Resource Department to support the Anishinabek First Nations within the Lake Nipigon watershed to establish a First Nation-led Lake Nipigon Stewardship Council. 2. Direct the Anishinabek Nation Lands and Resource Department to support engagements and dialogue by facilitating meetings between the Anishinabek Nation, Anishinabek First Nations, and other First Nations that are located within the Lake Nipigon watershed to discuss an Indigenous-led model for Lake Nipigon watershed and the supporting functions that may be established that can include environmental monitoring, stewardship protection projects such as habitat restoration, fisheries assessments, as well as an education, outreach, and community engagement and collaboration. And direct the Grand Council Chief to support the relationship building and collaboration with both Anishinabek First Nations and other First Nations outside the Anishinabek Nation that are located within the Lake Nipigon watershed. Mina. It's been moved and second. Those are the actions, the outcomes that we want to see in this resolution. All those in favor of the resolution? Miigwech. Online, we have people on that are in favor of that resolution. Miigwech. Is there any opposition to this resolution? I'm checking online, and then I'm looking in the audience. And is there any abstentions from this resolution? Checking online, looking in the audience. Miigwech, this is passed as well. Thank you very much. Good Mike. The next one is nuclear waste transportation and burial in Anishinabek Nation lands. Can we bring that resolution up, please? And has that been moved and seconded? No seconder.
I'm the mover. Chief Solomon, I'm the mover. Looking for a seconder.
Can that be repeated for me, please? Oh, Chief Solomon from Fort William is the mover. We're looking for a seconder. Nuclear waste transportation and burial in the Anishinabek Nation lands. Seconder to support
I'll
Chief
second it, Franklin.
Okay, Chief Patsy, Miigwech, Gamakwe.
Aye.
Chief Patsy, Corbier. On deck on the Conning First Nation. It's been moved and second. Go to the outcomes. Okay, here we are. So here's the outcomes that we're looking for, folks. Restate our opposition to the transportation and burial of radioactive waste, including the transportation of high-level nuclear fuel waste through our territories. 2, direct the Grand Council Chief to call upon the Federal Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, the Federal Minister of Energy and Mines, and the Impact Assessment Agencies to ensure that the transfer, transportation, and processing of nuclear fuel waste, which is integral and incidental to the NWMO's nuclear waste project, is fully described and examined as part of the federal impact assessment process. And support the Anishinabek Nation to call upon the Federal Crown and its agents, including the Impact Assessment Agency, to ensure the Anishinabek Nations and the 39 First Nations are adequately resourced, we need a space there, and supported to participate in all stages of the impact assessment and licensing process with sufficient technical and administrative capacity to engage its membership, technical experts, and the Crown and its agencies. Miigwech. It's been moved and second to either
Resolutions at least 3 times over the last 7 years. So, the main opposition is the environmental assessment process and the transportation of this through our territories. So I think that's all I need to say, unless anybody has questions.
Miigwech, Gamakwe. Any other comments on the resolution? Thank you, Chief Solomon, for bringing this forward. Miigwech. We're moving on to the terms of reference for the Anishinabek Nation Child Wellbeing Working Group. As I understand it, we have, this is being moved by Chief Brissett of Chippewas of Kettle and Stony Point. Is she available in the room? Miigwech. And our seconder is Chief Hendricks, Moose Deer Point First Nation. It's been moved and seconded. If we can go to the recitals, please, the action items for the leadership to consider. So 2 actions that we want to take for leadership: support and adopt the terms of reference for the Anishinaabek Nation Child Wellbeing Working Group, CWBWG, as presented, and direct the Anishinaabek Nation Social Development Department and Anishinaabemowin to proceed with the ongoing coordination, facilitation, and support of the Child Wellbeing Working Group in accordance with the approved terms of reference, including the annual review and updates as needed. Mover and seconder wish to speak to this? No? Okay. All those in favor of this resolution, please raise your hands. In the room, online, checking with the chiefs online. Miigwech, thank you, Chief Patsy. Any opposition to this resolution? Seeing none in the room, online, I'm checking. Any abstentions? No abstentions in the room, checking online. No abstentions on there. This is also passed. Miigwech, thank you very much. We're moving on to number 7, 25th anniversary of the First Nations Veterans Monument. And I just have to... Oh, we only have 24 chiefs in the room, so we have to stay in our seats. And those online, we need you online. So we're down to the bare bones here. We want to get things done and get some actions on outcomes. Miigwech. So political discipline is needed now more than ever. So we're going to move on to number 7. So if we can bring that resolution up. Do we have a mover and seconder for that resolution?
Yes.
Chief Mill Hardy, do you want to speak? Do you want to speak to this at all? No? Okay, you can bring that resolution up. We need quorum. So just a political discipline. Thank you. 25th anniversary of the National Aboriginal Veterans Monument. Chief Mill Hardy brought this up yesterday, so just looking for that. Miigwech. And that's moved by Chief Joe Muskokamon, Chippewas of the Thames. Miigwech, Joe. Yep, he's here. Yep. And seconded by Chief Simpson, Alderville First Nation. Yep, Miigwech. So it's been spoken to, so we're just going to go down to the outcomes that we are seeking. Miigwech. Okay, here we go. Support the Anishinaabek Nation Chiefs Veterans Committee to honor the 25th anniversary and to seek support from the Anishinaabek Nation to take regional representatives from our Anishinaabek Nation to Ottawa from November 8th to November 11th, 2026, so a year from now, and direct the Anishinaabek Nation to commence and coordinate facilitation and financial support to have regional representatives from each of the Anishinaabek Nations attend the November 8th, 2026 National Indigenous Veterans Day ceremonies and the National Remembrance Day ceremonies on November 11th, 2026 in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. Pretty straightforward. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Miigwech. Checking online. I'm seeing favorability there. Miigwech. Chief Patsy. Is there anybody opposed to this resolution? Kagego. We're in that period of remembrance, so this is perfect timing. And are there any extensions? Kagego. Nishinmanda. Miigwech Joseph. Tadkamek. Okay, here we go. Support for First Nation policing services. I was looking for a mover and seconder. I'm sure by the time it comes on the screen, we're going to have those on the screen for us. Miigwech. Right after the 9th resolution, I have to go outside because I'm going to become a pumpkin, and I don't want to do that in front of all of you. So I'll do that away from here. Miigwech, we're looking for that resolution. First Nation policing service, very important topic. Public safety, right? Our communities need this. Abish Manda Zinigan. Bidon Manda. Nishke Manda. We need a mover and seconder. Gamal Rodney. Chimigwech Rodney. Gimajishkat. Ekanijing, we are na. Mabage Gamakwa. Okay, so we moved by Chief Rodney Nawagabo, second and Chief of Nipissing. Gago. Chimigwech Gamaik. Kathy Stevens, Tudkamik. I saw her in Boston one day. Walking around Boston, somebody yells out, "Shining Turtle." The chief. Okay. I want to turn into a pumpkin, but outside of this room, so let's just got 2 more resolutions here. Very important resolution supporting policing services. Manda. We're online. I'm just looking to our chiefs online so that they're aware of the resolution. Outcomes. Manda. Aha, Manda. Our outcomes. Renew the 2023 declaration of a police services state of emergency across the Anishinaabek Nation. 2, call on the government of Canada to stop delaying proceedings concerning the human rights complaint on police services and or to negotiate resolutions with the IPCO. 3, call on the Government of Ontario and Canada to recognize First Nation policing as an essential service and overhaul the public service funding formula. And 4, direct Anishinabek Nation develop Anishinabek Nation police public safety strategy to support advocacy for First Nation policing. Nishkemanda. Moved and seconded. Very nice outcome here. I'm looking online. Is there, those that are in favor, please raise your hands. Chief Patsy, I'm seeing the chiefs raising their hands online and in the audience here. Is there anybody opposed to this resolution that needs to speak to this online or in the room? Kagego. Any abstentions that need to be heard? Manda, indoors and as well as online. Kagego. This one's passed. The last one, and then my job with you is completed. Support for the Law Society of Ontario to ensure lawyers complete a mandatory course to support First Nations. We bring that one up. That's been moved, so we're bringing that one up. Support for the Law Society of Ontario. Amishmanda Zinigan. Do we have that one? Yep, it's coming. Well, I don't say thank you for allowing me to be with you over the last couple of days. I do want to say thank you for that opportunity. And I may not see you for the rest of the day, but safe travels to your communities and be safe in your own homes. Be good. Okay, here we are. Support for the Law Society of Ontario to ensure lawyers complete a mandatory course to support First Nations. We need to move.
I'll be moving this as well.
Oh, online.
Chief Solomon.
Chief Solomon. Okay, Gimaji Scott, Chief Solomon. Are you moving?
Yes.
Jimmy Gwetch. And Chief Stevens from Nipissing. E.B. Singh, seconding. So it's been moved and seconded by the Gamal Kwek. And then we'll move to the action items, the outcomes that we want to see. Okay, here's the actions that we're trying to carry out to move forward. Support the development of a mandatory legal professional course that will focus on UNDRIP, treaties inherent in First Nation rights, Indigenous law and customs, Aboriginal Crown relations, and skill-based trainings in the area of intercultural competency, conflict resolutions, human rights, and anti-racism. Direct the Anishinabek Nation work with the Grand Council Chief to advocate with the Law Society of Ontario development of a mandatory legal professional course to better support Indigenous people and the contributions to reconciliation. Support the foundational shift of further utilizing pre-sentencing GLADU documents that support restorative justice approaches, that focus on community members' healing and accountability. Very, very powerful. Question? Yep.
Chief Hendrick, just to your point, just, I don't know if it will go in here or if it will go later. Can you also mandate that the course be delivered by Indigenous
Yep. Online, yep. Miigwech, state your name for the support. Yep, just for the record, if we can get your name as well. Miigwech.
Chief, no. Chief, is it working?
There might be a button there.
Yeah, it's working.
It's okay. Chief Hendrick, missed your point. Just as a follow-up, I don't even know if it goes into the resolution, but aside from Anishinabek Nation helping to develop it, can we also suggest that course delivery be by an Indigenous professor?
So the question is a friendly amendment to the resolution to include that Indigenous professors deliver this training.
I'm good with that.
Miigwech, so it's accepted, so if we can write that into the resolution. So I'm looking to the resolution table to add language for that friendly amendment. That's been very, very insightful, Chief. We have some powerful professors of law that can help us. Elders, right?
If I could speak to this quickly while we wait for that language. So the Ontario Law Society visited my community, and I was fortunate to have Grand Council Chief Linda join me for that meeting along with Matthew. Anyhow, we were able to talk about this matter of the calls to action number 27, and the dialogue was around the resistance to having this mandatory education and the denialism that still exists. And so, it's really the political support is needed, the political, I guess, thrust is needed to help advance call to action 27. Because we're 10 years in the making and this is still something that hasn't happened. And I was at a meeting at the law school, the local law school, just the day before, and was able to hear someone talk about this issue of some of the students coming from other areas of Ontario that are not from this area of Ontario, and really speaking of the Indigenous content of their program, like putting it down and minimizing it. And so, I think that it does require some political thrust to advance this matter. So that's why part of why this is being brought forward.
Miigwech, Ngamakwe. And we have the language up there for the for that friendly amendment. Number two, thank you. Direct the Anishinabek Nation work at Grand Council to advocate with the Law Society of Ontario and the development of a mandatory legal professional course to better support Indigenous people and contribute to reconciliation. That the Anishinabek Nation Grand Council Chief advocate with Law Society of Ontario for the delivery of a program by First Nation individual. And does that help? Okay. Miigwech. It's been moved and seconded, it's been discussed, we were talking about calls to action 27, and that there is still resistance in this area, so there is some political support being called upon with this resolution. Moved and seconded. Do we have questions been called? All those in favor? Which? Online? Lots of favorability online. Any opposed? Hearing none. Any oppositions? Any abstentions? Hearing none. This one's moved and seconded. You've just completed your 9 resolutions. Thank you very much, Chief, for being so kind. I'll turn this part of the meeting over to my co-chair, and she'll carry on. Miigwech. What's that?
You have the new agenda?
Oh, no, I have mine that I carried on here, so you're moving on to...
Yeah, this was mine.
Yep.
This one was yours.
So you got the Sovereign Wealth, and then the honor songs.
Okay. Miigwech Gimak and Gimakwa. I just want to say that we've made a few changes to the agenda. We are no longer going to have all kinds of presentations. We've taken a lot of that off of your agendas. What we are going to do, however, is we are going to continue to have a presentation by the, and then, I'm not gonna say this well, but the the citizenship update will go on. We are also going to have Joe Muskokamon come on and present, so he's going to be up next. After Joe, we're going to have an honor song, and we're going to have an honor song for 2 people. So I'll let Joe go ahead and present, and we'll take it away from there.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you, delegates, for this opportunity to speak to you. This morning we had a round table, or a round discussion about many things, but one of the questions that was talked about is where in fact are we going to acquire capitalization for these projects, not only internal to the community, but the opportunities that are also presenting themselves external. We've heard many First Nation chiefs talk about how they've had to increase their consultation units in order to accommodate that along with economic development. Recognizing that there has been movement on both federal and provincial parts to increase a loan guarantee program provincially from $1 billion as announced last spring to $3 billion, and federally on the advancement of a federal loan guarantee program from $3 billion to $10 billion. And while that's all well and fine in terms of loan guarantees, it doesn't really solve the problem that we face collectively internally to our own communities, in as much as that you still have to borrow the money from somewhere, right? And the only thing that gives you is really kind of an insurance policy at the end of the day. So, while that might be good for some, it's not good for all, and particularly hard on smaller First Nations. So, within that, we also have a First Nation Finance Authority. That's essentially a loan that is cheaper than you can get in a commercial bank. So the loan rate now, currently, is 3.86% over 5 years, or 4.25% over a 10-year amortization of the loan. Those loans can be stretched out to 20, 25, and perhaps even 30 years, depending upon the size of the loan. But given there is a limitation to that, given that those limitations, again, really have to deal with your balance sheet. How much money is this actually going to take to borrow, in opposed to what are you currently operating on your balance sheet? So, when we look at major projects that are going to require billions of dollars, not millions, but billions of dollars, it's pretty clear, in my view, that the First Nations are not going to have accessibility to that kind of money under the current funding structures that we have today. And so we're essentially locked out. So how are we going to solve this problem? So what I've done is I've called for, at this point, I've called for the Premier and Ontario to give us $1 billion. That's B billion. And part of that strategy is to design a bonding structure much like FNFA. And once a bonding structure is put in place, you can leverage that money anywhere from 5 to 7 times. We also have money. And so it calls for the First Nations that want to participate, that want to be willing participants, to put money up front also. It's the idea of pooling money in order to start moving on projects. How is this different than any other ones? First of all, there's money up front. It's on the table, both federally and perhaps provincially, but also with First Nation contribution. It also calls about putting out a bonding structure. I've already contacted bonding agencies that have the license to do that. This could be done through what is called a special purpose vehicle. And in effect, what we would create is a First Nation sovereign wealth fund. So, here are the opportunities that we see in front of us. Currently on the opportunities, when having a pooling of that amount of money, it doesn't limit us. Did you know, this is an actual fact, do you know that even the First Nation Finance Authority is not allowed to loan you money to fix your infrastructure? That's not the way the legislation is prepared. Banking, there's the Banking Act of Canada. The Banking Act of Canada realistically applies to Section 88 of the Indian Act. And Section 88 of the Indian Act says nothing can be seized, chattel, or mortgage on an Indian reserve. They're prohibited. So legally, by law, the current lending institutions that are now available to us are legally, by law, not available to us. We need a different structure. We need a structure that's going to be owned, controlled by participating First Nation members, that is going to be a part of the sovereign wealth pool. So, when we go to looking at this opportunity, it creates an opportunity for, first of all, we own one here in Ontario, preferably within the Anishinabek Nation. We're able to reinvest into our own communities. And we're equally able to invest in other major projects that's around us. People ask about how we're going to get into mining. None of our balance sheets can even come close to get into mining. None of our balance sheets can come close to nuclear. Where a small nuclear reactor, which is being built now in Darlington, is at the range of $40 billion on construction. This then gives us the investment as a collective to get into that. Next one, please. Too far. So, why we call it a sovereign wealth fund is that's exactly what it is. We write the parameters of what that sovereign wealth fund would look like. We write the parameters on what we're able to lend each other money to. And what it becomes so that it's not simply a one project investment. We would have an asset management manager, where in fact it becomes a pool of investments, where everyone would own a certain portion of these investments. And why is that important? Because the full rate of return would come back to you. Right now, if you go out, you have to commercially borrow money. You've got to pay the bank because the bank says we have to pay our shareholders. When you go to FNFA and borrow against them, even at 3.86%, they're borrowing money on the international basis. That's what they're paying out on the international basis. If we have this pooled amount, what in fact we are doing is we're actually borrowing against ourselves. And so that investment stays 100% within the pool itself. And it's not based on how big your balance sheet is today. It's based on the opportunity that is in front of you. So as an example, I'll use my own community. We settled $140 million over the last 18 years of land claims, which is investment, which is locked up in trusts, in 3 separate trusts. Each one of those trusts has trust managers, trust investors, and trustees. Each one operates in a separate function. They don't operate collectively because every trust is a snapshot in time. It's what is current within that community on that given time. And so you build that trust around what is currently required at the time of settlement. It's not flexible so that you can move money around within it. It's for basic purposes. And every trust is a bit different. So right now, we're paying 3 separate managers, 3 separate trusts, and it's getting duplicated and replicated over and over again. And the cost of that, if you think how much money that within the Anishinaabek alone is being managed, we could manage this at a fractional price for the amount that we're paying outside investors to manage our own money. So I've made a tentative arrangement. There's no signed contracts on it yet because none of this is still blue sky. This is still theoretical. I've made arrangements with an outside asset manager that over a course of 10 years, they will go from a partnership agreement to the First Nation full control of managing our own. That gives opportunity that we haven't had before to bring our young people into the financial management markets where in fact we would end up owning a financial management asset-based company. That's the blue sky that I'm talking about. That's the vision that I'm talking about. Not to have loans that are backed by government, but in fact have real investments that we're not only investing in the outside economy, we're investing within our own economy. We're growing capacity within outside asset firms. We're actually going to buy that asset firm and it becomes ours. And what does it do? It gives a little light to the next generation. For the next generation to come in and be our own bosses with our own money. Why are we allowing money to seep through our hands and pay other people when we could be with a strategy of 10 years starting to prepare that to have our own? And why a sovereign wealth fund? Because I'll tell you this, chiefs, we already got one. We have a sovereign wealth fund, and I brought this to the chiefs of Ontario some 15 years ago. It was passed at a resolution that I moved, and you'll remember this, to buy Ontario Hydro shares. At that time, and Pat knows this, at that time, the Ontario Hydro shares were selling at $24.60 a share. At the end of the day, we ended up owning preferred shares at $18. At that point, we collectively within the First Nations of Ontario had to borrow $259 million plus debt that never came out of our pockets. It was a debt. And this past summer, if you were at that Sovereign Wealth Fund annual assembly, our Sovereign Wealth Fund today is over $750 million. That's how you grow wealth. This is literally the same application with a couple twists, in as much as that we would be the people that would own the bonds and sell bonds on a global basis, and we would be the ones in 10 years' time that would own our own management firm on how to asset manage our own money. So you look at yesterday's announcement on a good and bad basis. The federal government announced that First Nation funding is going to be cut by $2.3 billion. And people are going to be wondering, where are those cuts going to come from? I would suggest to you, ladies and gentlemen, if we don't start developing our own core initiatives through having an alternative pathway to intergenerational success, that we will never hit our values for the inherent right of First Nations to manage our own wealth. That we would never become our own general stewards of our own wealth. And quite truthfully, we wouldn't even be able to action free, prior, and informed consent, because the government is going to say, thank you very much, but we're going to take those minerals at any rate. And the benefits would be to develop our own management, develop our own First Nation rights holders, and have our own institutions. I believe we should start now. So when another federal government comes along and says, we're going to cut your budget by $2.3 billion, what is our backup? At this point, nothing. How do we insulate ourselves against that? We create our own intergenerational wealth. We need to start now. I said that yesterday. I said that this morning. I believe in that vision. I believe we have the strength and the power to control a lot of the economy of Canada, but we need to start now. I'll end there, wherever my chairperson is. If you have any questions, I have a contact sheet that has been sent to you with a high description on. We'll be organizing early in next year. I fully intend to meet with the Premier through the assistance of our Grand Council Chief. This has already been, you've got a 20-page document in your handout. That has already been submitted to government. And I can tell you this, there is already another sovereign wealth fund that is owned by First Nation people in Canada that want to join us. We have allies. Not just here, we have allies across this country, and we have allies in Treaty 6, and we have allies on the West Coast. I've already spoken to them. And if we can move along, they're quite prepared to join with us. If you think of it, where our strength based is, we have a First Nation Premier in Manitoba. They have First Nation wealth in Manitoba. It's time to unite. Miigwech.
To be three of us up here, but I guess there's only me. Sorry about that, everyone. I was trying to look for the drum group, and I was just trying to let everybody know the changes that we've made, because we made another change. So after we have the drum group coming in, we're going to do an honor song for Percy O'Nabagon, and I think we have John that's here as well. After that, we're also going to do an honor song for another gentleman that just passed away that we just heard, and he used to work with us here at the Anishinabek Nation. So I'm just waiting for them to come in, and then we can do the honor song. After that, we're going to have Endajmajik, the citizenship program, and then we're going to have ISK come and speak to us. We have a couple of people that were supposed to be here, and I found out that they have no longer been here. So on the resolution or on the agenda, we have removed the Anishinaabemowin strategic planning. That has been crossed off. We've also taken off Moknagon, the update, so that's been removed as well. And it's looking like I'm going to get you out of here before 4:30. I hope you're all happy with that. On the last page, I believe we have the police chief, Killen, from UCCMM, still here. And he'll be presenting last. And then we have the closing remarks from Grand Council Chief Linda DeBosque and Deputy Grand Chief Chris Plain. So again, we're just looking for two honor songs for two of our members. And the one question I had, and I was trying to get some clarification on, was the discussion on the Lake Nipigon Stewardship Council, if there was still going to be a discussion on that one. And I believe the chief online was going to be Chief Michelle Solomon. Chief Michelle, are you still going to speak to that issue, or are we good with the resolution that was passed?
I'm not really sure which resolution you're referring to. I'm sorry.
Okay, I think we talked about the nuclear one.
That was passed.
That we just passed, yeah. With the 9 resolutions that we passed, the nuclear resolution was one of them.
Yes, it was passed.
Yeah, and then the other one was the Lake Nipigon Stewardship Council, and I just was looking to see who was speaking to that one. I have Gladys Thompson, Chief Gladys Thompson. Are you still going to speak to that? No? She said you're good? Okay, we passed the resolution, so we're good. Miigwech, thank you for clarification. I appreciate your time. I'm going to ask the drum.
So John come up, speak a few words, and then the drum will go.
Okay. So if I could ask John to come up and say a few words, and then we'll ask the drum to start. John? Yeah.
Okay.
Walk around then.
Bonjour, chiefs and delegates. It's an honor to be able to be here and speak. My name is John O'Nabagon, as you were told. Percy was my uncle. At 8 years old, Percy was taken away to residential school, St. Joseph Residential School, along with his sisters and his brothers at the time. Because Percy had disabilities, he had epilepsy, and he also was paralyzed on his left side. And from the residential school, he was sent to these institutions down south, Woodstock, and it was mental institutions. I guess of course, we all know the things that took place. Parents, grandparents really had no say. If the Indian agent or the church wanted to take their children, they would just do it. And this is, and of course, we all know that happened to a lot of children. I myself was in residential school at St. Joe's, the same residential school my grandfather, my mother, and myself attended. And well, we all know those stories, but I like to talk about Percy. I never got to know him. He died in 1996 when I was, at the time I would be 7 years old, or 9 years old. And I never got to know him. He was never mentioned very much in our family. And maybe very seldom my mother or my aunt would mention his name and say we had an uncle. That was in the sanatorium, they would say, down south. And the thing about that, from the day he left, from the day they took him away, excuse me. He never ever seen his family, his parents again. His father, my grandfather, never ever seen him again. His mother, my grandmother, died when he was in these institutions. And I don't think they ever even knew that his mother had passed away. And I was very close to my grandfather, and many times I would sit with him, listen to his stories. My grandfather never ever talked about his son. Although his daughters did, but he never ever mentioned it. He never got to see his son. He died in 1966 in the institution. And he was never returned back to us. He was 18 years in these institutions. I think about him, when I think about Percy, what he went through on a daily basis. And these institutions weren't nice places. As I said, mentioned to somebody, prisons had better conditions than these mental institutions and the things they did to these people. And I often think how Percy every day must have waited for somebody to come and get him. Must have waited for his dad. Must have waited for his mother, somebody in his family, to come and get him. He must have wondered why nobody was coming. And there was never any contact with our family, his mom and dad on his condition and what it was like. And even until the day he died, they didn't have a proper burial for him, funeral for him, because they couldn't. And that was just, I mean, that was the way it was. A higher authority, or whatever you want to call it, could just do that to us and take our children away. And you know, our people back then were told to be silent, you know, because of what could happen to them, I guess, through. We all know that situation, you know, and it's a very sad thing, and you know, it doesn't matter how many times I've done this, speak about him, I still get emotional, and then I have to say, the emotions are something that comes from, Percy represents many of our children through our nations that were taken away. You know, and it's, and what he had to endure was horrific, just based on us knowing what these institutions were all about. And like I said, just imagine a child waiting for his parents to come and get him, and nobody comes. But through the hard work of my cousin Claire and the support of the Anishinabek Nation and our First Nation and everybody else, we're able to bring Percy back home. We exhumed his body, was it last March or May? From Woodstock. We exhumed his body in May. We had to do all kinds of things to ensure that we had the right person, because the way they treated us, they didn't treat our people with much dignity when they buried them. And we weren't sure if it was him or not, but we did. The coroner that helped us. It helped us quite a bit in determining that was actually Percy. We knew it, we felt it, but we had to get these genetic tests to make sure that was him. And he came home. And I told my cousin Claire in Woodstock, now Percy will be happy. Somebody's coming to get him. somebody's coming to bring him home. And we finally got him home in October, just the beginning of October. We had the funeral that was long outstanding. Our grandparents weren't there, but we were there. And we were able to bring him back to our community and rebury him amongst his dad and his sisters and brothers. So he lies with them now. And it's been a very great thing for us to be able to accomplish this. You know, and I say today they can't do this to us anymore. We know we would never allow them. They can never take our kids away. And he represents, and Percy represents so many kids. And I like to think about, when I think about Percy, it brings me back. Me and my wife, we take care of our grandson, who is 7 years old. We've been looking after him for almost 2 years. His mother's sick, with mental issues and, of course, addictions, like a lot of our people are suffering from these addictions. And so we look after him and give him all the love. And I said last time, and I'll say it again, if anybody tried to come and take him and my grandson away, or any of my grandchildren, I would fight to the death to stop them. So I thank you very much. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll let the drum take it away.
Hey!
Miigwech, I'm going to ask the drum group for one more honor song. And I want to say miigwech for honoring Hersey today. For the staff that may not have heard, we have lost a coworker, Murray Wabus. Murray Wabus was a friend, he was a colleague, and he worked tirelessly when he was here for education, and he worked tirelessly with several of us at the Chiefs of Ontario. So he will be remembered, and we will respect that we have lost another advocate that was very strong for children and very strong for education.
Ani Bosho. Just to say a few words on behalf of management and staff of Anishinabek Nation. Our deepest condolences to Murray Baugh's children and his family. Management and staff will always remember Murray Baugh's kindness, his generosity, his professionalism. He worked with us from about 2017 to into the pandemic. He brought so much to his job, including his passion for education. In my opinion, Murray Baugh was a polymath. That's a person who has a deep interest and understanding of topics you wouldn't even imagine. You can talk to him about anything, whether it was Bitcoin, quantum mechanics, education, information management. It doesn't matter what you raised, he had knowledge about it. And I want to say Chimigwech to the Creator for including us in his journey through this world. Our journey merged for only a few years, but he brought many gifts to us. Chimigwech and Bamapi Murray.
How miigwech. I want to say miigwech to the words from our legal counsel, and I want to say miigwech to the drum. As we go forward, we're going to step into the next agenda portion, and I'm going to ask the Anishinaabemowin, the citizenship update, to come forward. And I'm going to ask that Regional Chief Marshall Smoke, Dr. Jeanette Corbier, and Commissioner Patrick Madabi, the Governance Commissioner, if they could all come up and do their presentation. Oh, Dave? Dave's going to do the intro. Thank you.
Bonjour. We are Kadenin Dishnakos Moko Dodam. Good afternoon, Gimog, and thank you for hanging in there. I know it's been a long couple of days, but we wanted to provide an update on the Anishinaabemowin Anishinaabemowin. I have had the privilege as a Director of Governance to work with our commissioners with respect to the importance of Anishinaabemowin. It's certainly, I've heard it amongst the discussions over the last couple of days. So I'll just say this much, that as the support on behalf of the Leadership Council and as a governance department, I've had the privilege in working with our commissioners and bringing forward, so the material is in your kit. There is a work plan. A resolution was passed last June to bring forward a work plan to implement and support Anishinaabemowin in your communities. So I have the privilege. I know Marcia has to leave. Her Dalban is ready to leave her behind. So miigwech, Marcia, for your support on behalf of the Leadership Council. So as you can see to my left here, we have some distinguished guests and commissioners on behalf of the GIMA of the Anishinabek Nation. So we have Dr. Jeanette Corbier-Laval, and I will offer her an opportunity to come up and speak to you, and I appreciate your patience on such a very important topic with respects to our citizenship, our Anishinaabemowin Anishinaabemowin. So, now, Ambe.
That's it?
Does she have a presentation? A clicker?
It's
Okay, there it is. Okay, so something's moving here. Oh, here you go, Linda.
okay.
There's that one.
Ani. Bolsho. Okay. Dan mi kun minim kinawaya. Wasa go kibin jabam. Nishinish yaba mampia ik. Mindige nungo we non to make any one and key young man that it had been dogs that you knock nige a nation kadek. I'm so glad to be here with you and to share with you our strategic plan on Edibendogzijik. And we've had to improvise a bit just because we were hoping to have a little bit more time, but I know the way things go, and it has been really important to get all the work done and all the different aspects of governance within our communities. And that is good. And to also recognize that our communities are our people. Our people are part of the land, and we are rooted, and we are part of that land. And all those resources that are there for us, that have been given to us by the Creator, for our use. And we still have that recognition by the government through our treaties on using and protecting those resources. So that's why it's so important to look at our law under governance that's called Edibendogzijik Naknigewan. And Edibendogzijik in Anishinaabemowin refers to those who belong. And we know how important that is because we know our people. We have that connection, and we have our families. We have all that background. And when you think about it, and we can say it right now here today, losing one member within our community is very hard-hitting, and it is painful. And we have been going through that, but now we have an opportunity. We can say, let's stop this. We don't have to lose any more of our people because we are strong. We're a strong nation, and we have the inherent right, the sovereign right to decide who our people are. And we can make those laws. We can do that. And I'm so pleased that our leadership has recognized that. And just recently, this past summer at our assembly, it was passed and a resolution was put forward. So now I've been directed as the Eniganuedod Edibendogzijik, the Commissioner on Citizenship, to work with my colleagues and come up with a plan, a strategic plan. So this is what we have before you. So we do have a little bit of background, and this is all in your kits. But one of our members who was going to talk about that background, and our Southeast representative, Marcia, has had to leave. So I would just like to walk you through some of the aspects of our two-pronged approach I think you're probably getting used to it because I see some other projects and programs are using that approach. So we are looking at implementing Anishinaabemowin in two prongs. First would be the external, which obviously is going to deal with government and all those other authorities. Is that the external what? Okay. Okay, this is it here. As I said, this is in your kits. And government right now, as you know, this is under the external part, they're really taking a push to start that age-old process of eliminating us. And that was inherent in the original Indian Act from Duncan Campbell Scott. And you've all heard that story. So that's been going along, but we've managed to make a little bit of headway. And after the challenge, to the Indian Act, so that our women and our descendants from those women and all those other aspects of the Indian Act, that we didn't lose any more of our people. So, but it's still happening. Now the government is saying, well, the only other way we can start eliminating those Anishinabek within the Indian Act, or the people that they're responsible for, the fiduciary responsibility, is to put in the second generation cutoff. And that's what's happening right now. And to share with you, I did go to the Senate Committee on Indigenous Peoples, and I spoke to them loud and clear and said, this is not good. You must remove that second generation cutoff. And that was just recently, October 21st. And the feeling that I got from those Indigenous senators there, I would like to say all of them that were in that committee, were supportive. However, I think a week later, one of the members of Parliament said, no, we're not going to accept that. We want the committee and the government to do another study. Here we are, 40 years of study on who our people are, and they're still proposing that. So to get around that, we need to start working on our own governance, and we can do it. And this is what we're going to talk about today. So we will have that two-pronged approach, and with the external aspect on working with government. So we have to really tell them, and we can do this through the collaboration process that's taking place right now. Because I keep wanting to say Indian Affairs. Indigenous Services Canada is also putting money into doing consultations again. We're always getting consulted, but we never get any positive feedback from these consultations. So they're going to start consultations again, starting right now this fall, and come up with, I believe in the spring, they'll have a report. But we've told them, second generation cutoff is not going to work. It will continue to eliminate our people, eliminate our families, eliminate our children, our grandchildren, and all those yet to come. And I believe some of you have seen that already. So right now, the Indian Act is still called the Indian Act. What they said was, well, we're going to change it so that men and women are treated equally, so that there's no question of impartiality. So now they're treating the women and the men under Bill C-31, which goes back quite a while ago. So now we're getting both that sense of inequality, because we're being eliminated again. And this is what we're going to stop in our own Anishinaabemowin. And I believe I forgot to mention, what we're saying is that, and we did these consultations many years ago, and this started in 2009 when I was asked to be the Commissioner on Citizenship. And after we did our own consultations with our communities, we came up with the one-parent approach to our recognizing our people, to our citizenship. And that's what I told the Committee on Indigenous Peoples. We already have that in place. We've accepted it. Now we need to implement it. If you can trace your ancestry through one parent, either side, then you are a member of our community and you will be recognized within our our right to belong to our community. So that will be there. And then just recently, we also did a declaration on and this is the most important part of our law as well, because the declaration on was just blessed and formally brought into recognition by, no, I'm not supposed to use ceremony, the any God. Ani man na wakati Enabi we negewe. Enabi we negewe. Enabi we negewe. That's our Anishinaabe word for ceremony. And I just heard that yesterday at our ceremony, where we did the pipe ceremony. This is our it's a scroll that's inside here, and our Getzit said, this is the way we used to do it traditionally. And it was written on birch bark, and he said, this will last for years, long after we're gone, but it will be there for our grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and all those yet to come. And that's why it's so important. So this is why I brought this here for you today to see. We are taking that next step to put this into place, and it will be strong. It will help us to do the work that we must do to protect our grandchildren and our future grandchildren. Right now, I think most of us, we have children or grandchildren. Myself, it's my grandchildren, eh? And that's the second generation cut off. But for the younger people, they're experiencing that 6-2, and I heard someone else talk about it, and that is making a big difference. If we have so many citizens within our communities that are recognized by Canada, Indian Affairs, as 6-2, at the end of them, their recognition, their citizenship within the communities, then that'll be it, that'll be the end. Then what's going to happen to the land? And you know that's the end result, especially right now when we look at Canada and what they're doing with Bill C-5 and, no, is that right? W-5? I think that's it. But it's part of that whole process. And our ancestors, those who signed the treaties, they remember, and we must also recognize the strength and I guess the foresight that they had to say, we recognize our own people. We are the only ones who can decide, the only ones who can determine who our people are, because we know our own people. And even if they've left and they're out there, we can invite them back. We know them, and we can trace their ancestry. And it's not like others who just say self-identification. That doesn't work. And we know that's wrong, but we have the right to do it. So this is the main part of our Anishinaabemowin. And let me try and remember what else I was supposed to highlight. I did have all this organized and in place, but I was told to be quick about this. So,
That's my fault.
that's it. Well, I tend to, or I try to listen. Okay, the other thing is, and I think many of you already know, that Canada, the government, is seriously looking at the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Indigenous people. And because of that, they have to take all discrimination out. So the first thing they're going to do is repeal the Indian Act, because technically it is discriminatory. So if that should happen right now, are we prepared? Are we prepared to have our own governance? And fortunately, we have experts here who are going to talk about that, and we can do it. So that is going to be crucial. We have our strategy to do the implementation, and as I said, we can talk about this more. All you have to do is call us at the head office, and we will be available. We have the resources. We're talking about making our own people aware. Get the word out there. If we don't do something about it, and we leave it up to government again, we know what they want to do, and let's not let them do that. Let's not let them continue this this initiative to get rid of us. We can stop that by saying we are the only ones who have the right to recognize our people, because we know who our people are. So we can do that. We are available. We have ways of, we talked about ideas, activities, and that's there. What we can do, we're looking at bringing in some resource people, having workshops. We're going to do 4 virtual events, 4 regional workshops, and it's all there. So I have some other very important colleagues here that I also want to recognize and share this time that we have with you. So with that, I'd like to recognize my good friend and Chief Keith Knott, because he was the one who brought this whole issue to all your attention many years ago. That was in 2007, I believe. And that's been going on. So here we are, 2025. And Keith started this in 2007. And Pat was there 2009. And he asked me to come and work with the Anishinabek Nation. But Keith, as many of you know, has so many accomplishments. He's got a 2 doctorates, I believe, and he's got different awards. He's got the Order of Canada, and he's been there working with his people in his community, but as well in other areas. And I was told that you were the chief for 34 years, I think.
On council for 34, chief for going on 20 years.
Oh, see, there you go. On council for 24 years?
34.
34 years. And
Chief going on 20.
and he was the chief, the GIMA for 20 years. So, miigwech for coming, and want to recognize all the work you've done for us, for Edmund Dogsichuk. Huh? Keep them, keep. I'll leave this here for you.
Ani bonjour. Ani bonjour. Ah. Nigan ka windishnikas. Mokwa, mokesen dotam. Oshgik mong donjaba. Oshgik mong shka. Nidabed August. What an honor and pleasure to be here with you here this afternoon. I'm very nervous. I'm usually not nervous, but I am, just like a cat on a hot tin roof. And, but also very, very exciting to see how far we have come on our Advent August jig, Anishinaabemowin. You know, it is time we recognize that. Before I get into the notes that I have in front of me, I'd like to acknowledge this beautiful young lady here, Jeanette. With her effort and determination, she extended our being as a status Indian. And I don't like the word status Indian. I don't like the word Indian. I don't like the word Aboriginal. And I don't like the word indigenous. That's not who we are. We are Anishinabek. We are the first peoples of this land. We are Advent August jig on the Kinnock Minis. That's who we are. And yesterday morning, we added the Anishinabek Nation Declaration on Advent August jig and our framework, Anishinabek Nation Advent August jig, Anishinaabemowin to our nation's bundle through sacred ceremony. Through sacred ceremony, we went through that exercise for this Advent August jig, Anishinaabemowin. What's very exciting for me also at this point, this is very important, a very important step was part of a resolution we passed at the Grand Council Assembly last June, where I was a mover and Chief Irene Kells seconded that motion. And the best part of this, it was passed with 100% consensus. That is exciting, 100% consensus. That gives you that inside energy that progress is being made. The Anishinabek Nation Declaration that Advent August jig is the statement about our sole authority to decide who our people are and who belongs to our communities. We stated that the declaration on Advent August jig should be used as a preamble in our First Nations laws on citizenship and belonging. On citizenship and belonging. Just like Nagod is it Anishinaabeg underpins our Anishinabek Anishinaabemowin is a statement of fundamental Anishinabek principle. And you look again clear of remembrance as we talked about at one point in time of the Anishinaabemowin. I can still visualize that. I was at that time also when a discussion took place on that. And what's exciting about that, we sat around that table as Nigon, as a Gimhawk, and we could not come up with a solution when we were trying to interpret the English words on which we would be more comfortable with it. And that's when we took the advice of the elders that they would take that and do a preamble. And when that took place, when they brought the preamble, it was so exciting on how they could interpret that in so many different ways, that makes that comfort that we need as the first peoples of this land. And as I say, this is very important because we are Anishinaabe. Because we share identity. We share the language, culture, traditions, territories, and laws given to us all. This is given to us all by the Creator. Keep in mind, this is the Anishinabek Nation. Remember what the Creator has given us. And what He has given us has created this Anishinabek Nation. I am not saying that our First Nation laws on Advent must be the same, but they should come from the same source of authority. Anishinabek principles and laws given to us by the Creator. I'm not saying laws given to us by the newcomers, but what was given to us by the Creator. My friend, and a very dear friend, you might have to help me on this, Mishkikan, is it? Zika. Zika, a very, very dear friend of mine. I really enjoyed his wisdom, his knowledge, and his enthusiasm. And also, as he said, and I'll echo, every baby is born into a clan. Every baby is born into a clan. I take that to mean that we follow our Anishinaabe ways and recognize those who belong, regardless of Indian status, like our Southeast Regional Chief, Martha Smoke, said. We must not leave anyone behind. Keep that in mind. We must not leave anyone behind. We adopted the Anishinaabek Nation at Bedaugjajig, Anishinaabemowin in 2009. It is based on the principle of the one-parent rule, which was our response to the second generation cutoff. When we first started talking about that, and when I first heard about that second generation cutoff, it's just like when water boiling in the kettle. That's how you feel. Because Whoever thought of that should be taken out behind the barn. Because the Creator never gave us a cutoff of any kind. We're here as a people. We were born as Anishinaabe. We should always be and will be Anishinaabe. It is important. It is important that we are unified. Keep that in mind. It is important that we are unified in our response to Canada. Whether we are responding to Bill S2 issues or the collaborative process on the second generation cutoff and Section 10 voting threshold. See all those knots we have to untie, and we can do it. We made like my old hound have to gnaw on a bone before we get to the marrow of the bone. So we might have to do these things. Every First Nation community will lose many status Indians in terms of registered Indians. You know, that makes your just like the kettle, your blood boil. Status Indians, in which we're not. That's because the two-generation cutoff created when the Indian Act was revised in 1985. Even after all the court cases we won and amended, the loss of Indian status and the displacement of our people is just delayed by 2 generations. Keep that in mind. Of all these court cases, what we won and amended, we still may lose the Indian status and be displaced of our people, or just delayed by 2 generations. And that's the part we gotta fight. And that's the part we gotta take full recognition of our We gotta keep that in mind. We can't lose sight of it. Right now, Indian status matters because our funding is tied to and hold many status Indians we have to our nation. And that's one of the biggest obstacles, is the funding as being a status Indian. As is just prior to this, Joe Muskokeman many times have brought up the issue on how we can move forward on various things. We have to eventually find our way of own source revenue. This isn't going to continue, guarantee. The reserve would be, the reserve, well, where am I here? What happens to the land when there is no more status Indians? What happened to the land when there was no Shaganashak here? It was all ours. We owned this vast country, and look what we have left now. The reserve would be returned to the federal government. They can do that now. Anytime they want to say reserves are no longer reserves. They can come and take it away from us at any given time they want. Eventually, we will lose our land and everything that we call ours. The extinction agenda is still going strong in Canada. And now, our non-status community members are being claimed by the Métis Nation of Ontario. Isn't that ridiculous? They try to get us one way or the other, whether you're coming or going. But keep in mind, like a big oak tree, our feet are still planted firm on the ground. It's going to take more than that to blow us over. This is why all First Nations must rely on our inherent right. I'll repeat that. This is why all First Nations must rely on our inherent rights and our treaties. Canada wants to do away with status Indians and the Indian Act. It's the action plan to implement. Is it UNDRIP Act or UNDRIP? UNDRIP. Whether I get the words right or wrong, they all mean the same. But we cannot let this happen. Folks, we cannot let this happen. Unless we have a nation-to-nation relationship and our inherent rights and our treaties are implemented until we have our land and resources and funding that are rightfully ours. We must continue to hold Canada accountable to First Nations people. Remember, it says First Nations people. It doesn't say Indigenous. It doesn't say Aboriginal. It doesn't say Indian. It doesn't say status people. It says Canada accountable to the First Nations people. It identifies us on who we are. At the same time, we must keep our people and our nation strong through unity, language, culture, spirituality, and ceremony. Through our own Anishinaabe laws and traditions, and through protecting our lands and inherent rights for future generations in honor of our ancestors. Let me repeat that. At the same time, we must keep our people and our nation strong through unity, language, culture, spirituality, and ceremony. Through our own Anishinaabe laws and traditions, and through protecting our land's inherent rights for future generations in honor of our ancestors. Mr. Ganabachu, Ikishtuano, thank you very much for your patience, and even though I had a few difficulties going through this, but I hope I got the message across. Keep in mind, this is a very important document, and we just don't want to go and put it on a shelf somewhere. Let's practice it. This is Anishinaabemowin and Anishinaabemowin. Let's keep it strong, healthy, and use it whenever possible. How miigwech.
Let's hear it again for these two strong warriors here. When I grow up, I want to be just like them. Anyway, Wojo Kinawea, mean squeeze division the cost. No, sorry. Wrong intro here. We just said there's no cost. And I mentioned that because Widasa was much like Chief Ted Williams was talking about. This was a name that hadn't been around for over 100 years. And the chiefs and the elders of the Lake Huron Treaty bestowed that honor of giving me that name for work I'd done on the treaties for when myself, Glenn Hare, Leon Nagabo, Shiny Turtle, and many others carried that file for decades. And why I mentioned that is like the roles that we've played as band counselors and as chiefs and various other positions. You know, we've been given a sacred duty to protect and look after our people and to look ahead for dangers. And I want to say, I've heard the chiefs talking for the last 2 days about the need to be strong. And we're at a critical period in Anishinabek history right now. But we have an opportunity to advance Anishinabek rights, interests, and circumstances for the betterment of all of our communities. So it's time to lay out a new vision, and following that, work collectively to put it into effect. And it's been said here many times, we need to have collaboration and work collectively to put things into effect. And the federal government has pushed us to adopt other models of governance that are not ours, or based on any historic customs or practices. And to this, we must push back and push back hard and assert our rights to return to our historic customs and based on our rights and history. You know, we have our own foundation. You know, the good way when God's in Anishinaabe and our Chinook Nagawin. You know, these have been, you know, developed and implemented by ceremony. So when we started out on this governance process, we took the advice of the Nishka, as we had looked at processes all over Canada, across all of Turtle Island and even abroad. And we chose to move incrementally to get out of the Indian Act. And I've been hearing that for over 50 years. We got to get out of the Indian Act. I started coming to these meetings in 1975. So September 2nd of this year was my 50th year being involved with the Anishinabek Nation. So I'm proud of that. Yes, I'm very old. And but they talk like that, strong advocacy even back then about getting out of the Indian Act. So now we're in a real crucial period where we have absolutely no alternative but to work together. And our chiefs decided to work on these 4 priorities, at least as an incremental approach. You know, the election reform, citizenship, operations and management, and culture and language. But we also, talks are also progressing by us with other federal government issues like child well-being, health transformation, and there's already talks about creating a judicial entity. But while we're starting this journey on an incremental approach of getting out of the Indian Act, you know, the government has done its usual conniving and evil activity by putting governance components in the Indian Lands Management Act, in the treaty process, and in the land claims process. And the problem is there, if there's anything going on to advance governance in these things, no one's sharing. And I've been trying to promote collaboration and coming from positions of strength on citizenship as being a perfect example, where we can't have, we have to have some fundamental basic principles. And a First Nation can put their own unique characteristics in, but we can't go there with a checkerboard approach to citizenship. We got to come from a position of strength. You know, that there has to be some similar principles among our 39 First Nations. And to that end, you know, we're talking about things about the strength we have of the Anishinabek people, and so it's important we have stability in governance. And we've got a number of communities who are under the Indian Act, and we have a couple that have no chiefs right now, and we have a real lack of trust, unfortunately, in Indian Act chiefs that Facebook has just gone rampant on. You know, and I know, and I've worked with chiefs for all these years, you know, people don't go into these positions unless they have the best interest of their people in mind. Those people that go there with their own agendas, they don't last long. The ones that look after their people, they have longevity. So we got to start trusting our chiefs and councils again. And you know, that negativity we see out there, you know, there's no place for that in our community. But it's caused by the under-resourcing of our communities. You know, you're being asked to do a $1,000 job with $100. You know, and you know, housing is a perfect example of that. You know, you need 50 houses, you can build 2. That's how crazy it is. So things haven't kept up in the funding for First Nations. So our right to control our own citizenship must be put under you know, our way of doing things. It's recognized under international law that we have that right to do that, and through the Declaration of Anishinabek, you know, we'll really promote that. And we should aim to have our own citizenship laws in place in all of our communities, but let's say within 3 years, so that we can go, you know, strong to tell everyone that we're the only ones that have the right to determine who our citizens are. So that means we have to occupy the field. You know, we're not currently exercising our jurisdictions. That's why you see the Métis claiming our ancestors, you know, purporting to represent our people, and you know, that is just a giant farce. So, and they're taking funding from developers using this revisionist history, and we have to make it very clear to governments and other citizens that they have no rights in our territories. You are the rights holders in your territories. So on November 4th, which is yesterday, the federal government announced their budget, and it was mentioned earlier today. They're going to be cutting $2.3 billion in cuts and implement that stupid 2% cap that they had for over 25 years before. And you know the story. Their constituents where they get votes in these major urban centers are going to get the attention, and this nation building project is going to get all the attention. So if we're not strong in our advocacy, you know, like our Grand Chief is telling us and promoting for us, if we don't stay strong on that advocacy, you know, we're going to be hard to even get on the radar screen. You know, because, you know, these guys are unbelievable. You know, I heard policing being discussed here today, such an important issue. You know, well, we can't even get, you know, support on our policing like it should be. You know, they gave $100 million to Haiti for policing services over there in Haiti. I hate when they do that. I just threw that in. It's not in the script here. Okay. So this part of this process is that, you know, again, this collaboration coming from position of strength is whatever process you're in on promoting governance, you know, we got to start sharing that best practice, and we got to start going forward from a strong position and restore this collaboration and unity, and not just talk about it, but take action. So, you know, a lot of the leaders have been around. We've had leaders that come along that have been there for a long time that fought many policies of Canada, you know, like the white paper that tried to assimilate us. You know, the constitutional amendments where they try to leave us out. You know, John Chrétien was in the kitchen of the Chateau Laurier Hotel trying to get René Lévesque to come on board with the Constitution and some of the Prairie premiers. And he was using the bargaining chip of Section 34, which was the recognition of Aboriginal treaty rights. He was going to take that out of the constitutional process if they would come on board with the Constitution. We got wind of it and fought back, and it became Section 35. I mention this because, you know, we got so many warriors in our communities. I got a phone call from some whiners that worked at Inco, and they said, Patrick, we've been watching what's going on at these constitutional talks. You give us the word. If they rip us off and take out those rights in that Constitution, we've been stealing dynamite. We'll blow up every bridge and transmission corridor from here to Sault Ste. Marie. I said, well, hang on, we're negotiating, you know. You know, and I was only 27 years old as a rookie Grand Chief at those days. I almost said, yeah, go blow it up, but I didn't. So we had all these things that we fought back. It shows when we have our collective strength. You know, we fought back the white paper. We got ourselves in the Constitution, you know, where they tried to exclude us. And it was mentioned earlier, the chiefs had to go to England to fight to get recognition, and had to launch a case over there to get recognition and the protection of our rights. And that Governance Act that Robert Nault tried to promote in 1992, you know, you imagine how all those people in Kenora felt when we descended on his riding. It was probably about 15,000, 20,000 Anishinaabe walked down that bridge there to go into town. You know, we scared the snot out of those guys, man. And that bill quickly lost. And you know, when we fought the HST, and holy man, you know, Shining Turtle was going to block the road there on long weekend in May there. And we got a phone call that they were going to insure. And we're the only jurisdiction that is exempt from HST. We tried to get others to fight with us. Nobody would fight with us. So every time you spend $1, you're saving 13 cents because the Anishinaabe led the charge on that fight. And there's many others. The UNDRIP amendments, gaming. You know, Joe has been around almost as long as I have been on the scene, and you know, but he's been instrumental in, you know, the gaming issue came up here from the Anishinaabe. We advanced policing. I remember that negotiation. I was involved in that. Child welfare, education, Indian control of Indian education. These things came from our communities, our leaders. That's a show of strength. And on this issue about our citizens being intact, creating stable governments with stable funding, we gotta fight like hell to make sure that we keep those things intact. So to move forward, we need collaboration and partnership, you know, and just like these, what has been done in the past, you know, again, continuing mutual respect and commitment to create change. It's time to occupy the field. That's the term that they use. If we don't occupy the field, other jurisdictions try to come in there. And we have to unite and exercise our jurisdiction. So I say, screws in and Moscow, wake up, let's fight. Miigwech. That must be the
His phone is ringing for the first battle. That was the Prime Minister. Scared that we're going to fight him. I just want to say I was in Curve Lake recently, and the chief was there, and we sat down at a sunrise ceremony, and we got talking just about, I said, how did you survive so long? He goes, I got a never-ending love for you. And that's what he sang, and I remember that. What a powerful message. And you could see it, right? You could just see his love for the nation and the people. Miigwech, Chief, you inspire a nation with your words, Miigwech, and you have a never-ending love for all of us. And that beautiful song you sang in your community resonates with all of us. Miigwech, Gama, Miigwech, yeah. So we're going to pivot now. We have Diane Bain, who has a never-ending love for us. She's going to come up and regale us with all kinds of resources. We have that. We have the Grand Chief who's going to make a comment. Here you go. Grand Chief. Oh, that's cool. Yep.
Listening to our warriors here really triggered an important thought, and something that Gimakwe Patsy Corbier brought up at the Lake Huron regional meeting, and the issue is around the immigration. So today we heard some powerful messages from our commissioners, Gimon Knott, about citizenship. And sometimes I feel, you know, we get behind these things at our assemblies, and then the gas runs out of the gas tank. I've been watching what the government has been doing for multiple years now, and there's been an increase in their numbers in immigration. These immigration numbers are giving citizenship to people who don't even have a parent in Canada. Yet Canada says who our people are. How disgusting and how discriminating is that? A country that truly doesn't belong to the government of Canada is determining who our people are, still in 2025. They continue to operate under the definitions of the Indian Act and continue to oppress us, and that's by design. And, you know, Patrick just spoke about Jean Chrétien, but it also came from Pierre Elliott Trudeau as well. We'll keep them in the gutter for as long as they so choose. That is a quote he said way back when. What does that mean? To me, that means we're going to keep the First Nations so poor, so oppressed, until they have no choice but to buy into the Canadian body politic. That means full assimilation, the giving up, the opting in to the full control of the Canadian government over us. You know, I've listened to a lot of leaders over the years, and as some have said, you know, right now the Indian Act almost protects us, and that's pretty sad to say. You know, and a piece of legislation that protects us. And then the government comes around and says, we're going to create enabling legislation for you in the sense that we are unable to do something ourselves. Prior to contact, our nations had our laws, we had our traditions, we had our language, we had the land. And these people who came across to discover this land felt like nobody was there. It was only because our nations knew how to live without contaminating the very mother that brings everything to us, that allows us to be here. So when we talk about immigration, you know, we're seeing that there's big immigration policies, and what's happening is that our country, and you're seeing it in the US too, wide open immigration policies to buy voters so that governments continuously stay in power. The more immigration we have, the less cares in the world they have for First Nations. The more they want to control the assimilation or annihilation of our nations, utilizing, you know, cutoffs. Canada still determines who's a status Indian, and it has nothing to do with what we say. They still continue to determine who we are. So as we continue down this road, I know we at the Anishinabek Nation are looking at what is immigration actually doing to our people? How is it watering our original nations down in this new country we're seeing coming to fruition? You know, when we see this immigration happen, these people receive benefits from the Canadian government. That's no different than Canada having a fiduciary obligation to First Nations people through the British Crown, through those treaties they signed. So I just wanted to add to what, you know, Gimonot said, to add to what Dr. Corbier-Laval has said, and to add to what Patrick has said about the need for us to really come together and take up that space and really push for this. Each and every one of our nations should have the ability, and I believe has the inherent authority to determine who their members are. And Patrick talked about the chaos we see around us, the infighting that's happening. That's doing nothing to help advance our rights, help advance the fight against continued oppression of our people, fight against the stereotypes that have been developed over time, and fight against the anti-First Nation sentiment that's happening across this country. And these are things we want to help our nations learn more about, and how these things are really impacting our nations. And we're seeing it. We saw it through this budget. cut First Nations to enable other people from other countries to come and be citizens in Canada. One of the reasons. And it's not strictly around the big, you know, deflected excuse of Trump tariffs. The economy of this country right now is a direct result of the failure of this government time and time again for decades. It's culminated into this one spot, and this country just has an opportunity to blame someone right now instead of take full responsibility as to how this country has messed up and the economic plan over time. And I know many of you in this room are citizens alike. Remember when many of our, you know, my then grandparents and my parents and my aunties and uncles all, you know, left the community to go and work other places. There was a lot of places to work. And our nations, people in our nations were always busy. And through the oppression, through the dictation of the Indian Act, Christ, we were only allowed to vote in 1961. They approved it in 60, but it was actually implemented in 1961. And that's not very long ago. So our voices have not really been heard in this country for time. With the budget that was passed yesterday, our nations are going to have to figure out how we're pivoting and how we're going to strategize around what we are going to do going forward. So I know we're committed to doing that at the Anishinabek Nation, our leadership, our regional chiefs, our leadership council, and I know all of you. And I know all of you, most of you, many of you, are sometimes feel like you're drowning in your community issues as a result of this oppression over time, and still trying to fight the good fight that we need to continue to do. So I just want you to all know that we are going to be there for you. We are going to work on developing strategies to assist you, to be there for you, to protect our nations from what's coming. And the budget also highlighted a big tax jurisdiction regime only focused on cannabis, vaping, gas, alcohol, and fuel. Like, what in the world does that have to do with us? Again, we can't even call those crumbs. You're asking our nations who you've kept oppressed, who you've kept down, to enter into these regimes that are so foreign. It's a foreign concept. And at the end of the day, the imposition of any type of tax regime in our communities will actually kill our First Nation businesses, our shelters we have in our community, what we're trying to do to help build our own nations. So let us not be fooled by any of this trickery. It is time to really take these things seriously, come together, and I know you're busy, and I know, you know, it's even difficult at times to leave the community, but you know what? That's what government wants. They want our leadership being busy in their communities to be so distracted from what they're doing here. And I'm not racist against people coming to this country, but I'm absolutely frustrated with a government who says they won't and can't do something, yet they'll do it for someone who is not from here at all. And our nations have been the original stewards of this land since time immemorial. They've created legislation that kept us only on our reserves, only allowed to get permission letters out. They created residential schools, day schools, created the 60s scoop, created all these recipes for disaster to help keep our people down and unwell. And as leadership, we're dealing with a lot of that aftermath, a lot of that trauma that comes in the form of addictions, opioids. And even then, this budget did not give any dollars into community, First Nations community policing and safety. That tells me their actions don't care. They don't care about the safety of our nations, because really, at the end of the day, they really do want to get rid of us. So, as we move forward, there's always opportunities where we can come together stronger, more powerful, because as a nation, collectively with our citizens, we are a powerful force in this country. And we do have many allies. And it's time to build those relationships in different spaces, in different forms, to help them see how we can also protect what they have come to love in this country, just as much as we have. So, miigwech.
Miigwech, Grand Chief. So Diane still has a never-ending love for our people, so she's going to carry on with the discussion. So Diane Bain, executive with the WIDISC, right? Miigwech, welcome.
Oh, good, perfect, excellent. Who's controlling it? Are you controlling them? Oh, okay, perfect, thank you. So, honey, I'm Diane Bain. I was preparing to speak earlier this morning, and I totally understand that the agenda has changed, but I did want to give my respects and acknowledgements to the Grand Chief for her powerful words, to the Deputy Grand Chiefs, Elders, and the delegates here today. Diane Bain, Indigenous Cause. I'm Diane Bain, Bear Clan, and member of Chagin First Nation. I'm also the Associate Regional Director General at ISK, and I'm joined here by my colleague Adan Abdi, Director of Regional Plans and Partnerships. We are also, here on behalf of Michael O'Byrne, Regional Director General, and Lisa Westaway, Regional Executive of the former FNIB, but we'll have more on that in a couple of slides. Miigwech, Grand Chief, for inviting Adan and I to be here. It's an honor to be here, and we've been here throughout the course of the day, and an absolute privilege to hear the discussions that have taken place since this morning. I want to acknowledge the drum and the staffs and the other sacred items here at the Assembly, and I want to acknowledge that we're on Robinson Huron Treaty Territory, the ancestral lands of the great Anishinaabe people. And so I send my respects to the ancestors and the chiefs of Batchewana and Garden River First Nations. There you go, this way. So as you know, earlier this year there was some changes at the ministerial level with Minister Mandy Galmasti as Minister for Indigenous Services Canada, Minister Rebecca Alti, for Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada, and Minister Rebecca Chartrand for Northern and Arctic Affairs. What is new, that's not new, but what is new is that the federal budget was tabled just yesterday afternoon in the House of Commons. And I want to acknowledge that you must have many questions about the budget, about how it will impact First Nation communities, and from now and into the future. And those questions, as difficult as they may be, are all valid. However, like all of you, we're keen to understand too what the federal budget means for Indigenous communities and the services that ISC delivers. Standing here before you today, I regret that I don't have those details for you. What we do know is that each department is reviewing the budget right now, in fact, as we speak. The budget document, which is some 400 pages long, and will determine what specifically this means for each department's programming. We expect in the coming days and weeks that there will be more clarity in terms of information to share with you, and on behalf of the leadership at ISC, we commit to sharing that information with you as quickly as possible with respect and transparency. I'm going to turn it over to Dan, who's going to talk a little bit about the internal changes in our departmental structure.
Thank you so much, Diane. Thank you so much for having us here today. I'm super excited to be here with you as well. Again, my name is Adan Abdi. I am a director on health side of ISC. So I thought we'll share a little bit about the changes within ISC which came into effect this year. So starting September 2nd, 2025, we have new structure. And so this structure started back in 2017 with the creation of ISC. Unfortunately, the integration of the different parts of the organization was delayed because of COVID-19 pandemic. So right now, under the leadership of our Deputy Minister, Gina Wilson, we now have a new structure which is meant to bring former FINIP, First Nations and Inuit Health Branch, which I've been part of all my career at ISC for 18 years, with regional operation. So really the goal is the creation of ISC, and this new structure is really meant to bring all services together in a way that better serve you and your communities. So the headquarters programs are fairly complete in terms of the creation of the headquarter programs. Most of them were clustered together by way of functions. For example, we have health and social together. In the past, that used to be FINIP. And this is a recognition that health is just more than, health services, right? We know that there are determinants of health which affects the health of your community. So hence the creation of health and social sector. Our sector is regional delivery sector, which brings in the former FINIP and RO regional operations together. And really this is where is the heart of what we do, and it's where our mission as ISC comes to life through regional delivery sector. So we certainly recognize change can feel uncertain, but it also brings new opportunities. The new departmental structure is designed to better support the people who deliver programs and services on the ground. It also means more consistent guidance, faster decisions, and better collaborations between headquarter and regional teams, so we can remain focused on serving your communities. In the past, we had 2 assistant deputy ministers. We have ADM for FINIP, ADM for RO, regional operation, but now we have 1 assistant deputy minister. So beginning of September 2nd, our new senior assistant deputy minister is Philip Thompson, who was previously our departmental chief financial officer. Now he is chief operating officer / assistant deputy minister. He is very much looking forward to meeting many of you at the joint gathering in a few weeks. He's actually traveling in Ontario this week. He was in Thunder Bay yesterday. He is in Suluka today. So we'll see Philip in joint gathering. So with that, I'll turn it over to Diane regarding joint gathering.
So this year, we will be hosting our 7th annual Ontario Joint Gathering, which will take place on November 25th and 26th at the Toronto Sheridan Airport Hotel. The entire leadership team at ISC is looking forward to engaging with delegates from communities in Ontario. And as mentioned previously, we're focused on reaffirming some of the shared priorities in this changing landscape. I'm not quite sure what that does. There's a barcode here, or what do you call it? QR code. That if you haven't registered yet, we encourage you to do so. We have about 350 delegates registered already, and we are sponsoring the travel for chiefs and grand chiefs, deputy grand chiefs, executive directors, tribal councils, and health authorities. So I do know we have a block of rooms set aside, so I do encourage you to register as quickly as possible. So we do have an agenda that is still being finalized, but it is going to include topics that are important, that we know are important to you, and that, you know, actually the agenda is built on a survey that we had sent out to the communities previously, wanting to know what priorities you wanted us to tackle or take on at the joint gathering in child and family services, infrastructure, mental health, water, emergency management, and additions to reserve were at the top of the list. So, speaking of ATRs, I know that there is a lot of interest. I had seen a previous draft of the agenda for this assembly, and so we are here also to give you some more information on a snapshot of what is happening in terms of ATRs from ISC Ontario region, and I'll get to that in a bit. But we're going to give you an overview of the fiscal situation.
Thank you so much. We'll be going back and forth here today. So on the screen here, you have we have the funding profile for Ontario region for fiscal year 24-25. Now, this is actuals because we look back as a department and be able to extract this data from a financial system. And so as you can see, we have a total of just over $5.6 billion, which was distributed across 8 service areas. This includes unique one-time or unique $1.5 billion contribution to support the Wate transmission project in bringing grid connection to 17 remote communities. So you have, infrastructure there, and infrastructure environment being the top 2. Health is the second, and CFS, Child and Family Services, the third as well. So all the programs are reflected there on your screen. And also share the second screen here regarding original snapshot. So the only highlight I'd like to make here is all the funding that we received as a region. We distributed that funding to the communities and recipients, which means none of the funding went back to headquarters. So we successfully implemented 390 funding agreements supporting a wide range of priorities from infrastructure and health to education and economic development. In addition, we worked closely with Ontario region recipients to complete over 6,600 financial adjustments to those agreements. And so together, these efforts demonstrate the progress that we can achieve through strong partnership and a shared commitment to serving your communities. So this is 2019-20 to this last fiscal. So We're not sure what 26, 27, and beyond would look like. But as soon as we have that details, we will be happy to share that with you in the coming weeks and months. So with that, we'll move on to ATR.
So here is a few of the snapshots in terms of ATRs in Ontario region, specifically as they pertain to activity within the Anishinaabeg communities. So budget 2021 allocated $33 million nationally for ATR projects, and 11 million of that was invested in Ontario. Of the $11 million, 3.6 million has gone to Anishinabek Nation First Nations. 16 of the 16 ATR projects in Ontario that have been completed since 2021, 11 of those adding reserve lands to Anishinabek Nation represented First Nations. Looking forward, we'll continue to work with First Nations and other partners to improve the ATR process and the experience of First Nations needing to navigate through it. I hope you can see what's in the boxes, but we do have electronic copy we can, that can be distributed as necessary.
Okay, the last slide here is on health. I mean, we could have a whole presentation on health, but we felt maybe it's important just to speak a little bit on health transformation. We recognize that the system that we have right now is not working the way it should, and that, you know, Anishinabek Nation and First Nation needs to design and control their own health services. So part of that journey is, you know, through health transformation process. Now, we have been working with Anishinabek since 2019, 2020 fiscal. Just over $4.3 million was provided just to help with the planning process. And but because health involves many jurisdictions, we are working closely with the province as well through kind of a trilateral mechanism to ensure that the health transformation is complete and that it meets your aspiration and your needs. Now, currently we're working to, I know that, you know, the work hasn't moved as quickly as we all wanted, but right now we're trying to reestablish kind of a trilateral senior official level meetings. Grand Chief, the Executive Director of Anishinabek Nation, along with the province's senior, kind of Assistant Deputy Minister level and ISC as well, to look at the new business case along with the future of health transformation. So that meeting is being planned. In addition, we're working with the team to work on key deliverables for 25-26, which includes governance structure, updated engagement report, and business case to lay out the path forward for a health transformation. Certainly, we are committed as ISC to this process. I know that the province is also committed to this process as well. We also have Grand Chief is also committed, and so we look forward to working with Anishinabek Nation to advance their health transformation priorities. So on the screen is the our leadership team within the region, both on the health and the regional operational side. We're still, I failed to mention earlier that although the structure has taken place at headquarters level, we're still working regionally to come up with a structure which integrates the two areas. I know that Michael and Lisa will share that with you as soon as the new regional structure is ready, which we're hoping in the coming months. So on the screen are all the leads or directors for different programs and service areas within the region. We have their contact information there as well, should you wish to follow up with them on any specific topic of interest to you. Most of us will be at the joint gathering. Should you have any question or want to meet with us on the side, most of these directors will be there as well to meet with you if you like. So those are our few slides, and again, we're super grateful that you invited us to this meeting today, to your assembly. We're honored to be here and had an opportunity to say a few words, and happy to take any questions, or happy to get questions via emails as well if required. But thank you so much.
I just want to say thank you very much for your hospitality and for having us here, and hope to see you at the joint gathering.
Thank you, Miigwech Diane, for that presentation. I think copies of these are available for the Anishinaabek Nation leadership, so that's important. And an important date on the joint gathering. Further details are going to come forward on next steps for the risk.
Yep.
What's the changing landscape going to look like, right? Okay.
Yes.
Miigwech.
We'll know by then.
We'll know by then. Miigwech. Okay, so thank you very much for the presentation. We have another presentation that comes, so we want to welcome James Killeen. James Killeen's I worked with him. He's with he's the Chief of Police of the United Chiefs and Councils of Manitoba-Minis. I was too hard on him. His hair's gone. He had hair when he joined. Miigwech, James, good to see you. Yeah, it's great to see you.
Day 2, 4 o'clock. Thank you for sticking around. I'll keep this very brief because I did notice that there was a resolution to support First Nation policing. And I just want to give a few brief updates. So my name's James Killeen. I'm the Chief of Police for UCCM Anishinaabe Police Service. I'm in my 28th year policing. For those that don't know me, some of you have seen I've presented here before at Anishinabek Nation along with Chief of Police Jeff Skye, who's with Anishinaabek Police Service. I'm also the Vice President of IPCO, which is the Indigenous Police Chiefs of Ontario. So that was an advocacy group that was formed by the 9 First Nation police services in Ontario. For years, what happened was chiefs of police were left to fend for their own police services. I'd like to recognize Chief Rodney Nagabo, who's here, and who used to be the Chief of Police for UCCM and was a First Nation officer for over 30 years. So very tough times that they went through. Some of the things that we've pushed forward with the Indigenous Police Chiefs of Ontario, just for our officers and our staff, and again, I look at that and how it affected Chief Rodney. We fought for an equitable pension, and we were pushed into a spot where we had to accept those that we could fight for, and they took current officers. Chief Rodney retired in 2019, and that complaint was filed a few months later, and so it doesn't affect his pension. And it should, and that's not fair. And that's the next fight that we look at. We take what we can get, we push forward with that pension, and how that affects it. So just something as simple as that, fighting for an equitable pension. How did that affect UCCM Police and all of First Nation policing? Unbelievably, in a positive way. So we hear lots of negative things that have gone on, lots of bad stories, lots of horrible history that happens in First Nation communities and entities and everything that we push forward for. A good feel story, that pension has now turned around for the first time in UCCM's history. We have municipal and provincial officers, experienced officers, applying to our police service. And it was directly because of that pension. So our civilian members never had They were never allowed on the Ontario Pension Board. We were at a different factor. For those that don't know about pensions, they go by the amount of years you're on, and your age has to equal a certain number. So for First Nation officers, it had to equal 90. Put that in perspective, and this is something, so I was one of the people that was on that committee for the pensions, and I'll show you the inequity of this. So, and how you can use information that comes from your own government, and you can use it against them. And so the pension was a perfect example of that. So for those that don't know, and I'm not going to ask you this because it's late in the day, but the average length, and I'm just going to use a man here as an example, the average length of a man's life in Canada is 80 years old. It's just under that, but we're going to use 80. And the average length of life for an Indigenous man, does anybody know that? It's 65 years old. That's 15 years less. So the example I used was this. I had an officer in my police service that got hired at 22 years old. This year he turned 52 and he had 30 years on. And in my previous service, that meant he's eligible for his full pension. 30 years on, he's ready to go. But that officer wasn't because our pension hadn't kicked in yet, our new pension that we fought for. So he had to work till he was 56. At 56, he would have 34 years on. 56 plus 34 equals 90. His friend, who was an OPP officer, got hired almost on the same day at 22 years old and was able to retire at 52. So if he lived until he was 80, the non-Indigenous police officer, he enjoys 28 years of retirement. If my officer has to work till he's 56 and passes away at 65 on the average age, that's 9 years. The other officer gets 2/3 more pensionable time. So I was asked in this committee, where did you get that report? I said, it's your report. It's a federal Canada report on the longevity of Indigenous people in Canada. They create evidence all the time. They create it against themselves. So on Manitoulin Island, you know, we've been doing a lot of hiring, and I go to those graduations all the time for my officers. And so for First Nation officers, they go to the Ontario Police College. When they graduate from the Ontario Police College, they go to 8 more weeks at the Ontario Provincial Police Academy for extra training. It's very crucial training, and we send our officers there as well. In a perfect world, we would be able to have our own training center and do that ourselves. We don't have that capability right now, and that goes towards funding. But at these graduations, all the OPP officers are coming up, and I'm listening to that, and they're going, you know, John Smith going to the Espanola detachment, Jane Brown going to Manitoulin detachment. And I'm noticing every month there's anywhere from 2 to 4 officers going to Manitoulin Island. So I start asking questions, and I realize it's actually from a letter that I wrote. So in 2022, we had a number of major incidents going on the island. We had murders, we had attempt murders, we were completely infiltrated with gangs on the island. If you ask me how I know that, that's what I did in my previous job in my other police service. I took care of organized crime files, wiretaps, drug investigations, and those same exact people that are out that I previously put in jail are now in our First Nation communities. These aren't sort of gang members, or we think they're gang members. These are confirmed gang members of major organized crime, street gangs, and motorcycle clubs, outlaw motorcycle gangs that are in our communities. They're there taking advantage of us. They know we don't have the infrastructure and the capability to investigate that properly. So I had written a letter saying, you know, your officers lately, your sergeants and staff sergeant have been asking, do we have any extra officers working this weekend? We don't have enough OPP officers working. I said, that's not the way this works. The funding is opposite. You're supposed to be augmenting us when we don't have enough people, not the other way around. So I wrote a letter to the commissioner saying, you obviously don't have enough people working here. We need more officers here. So they did that. I said, I estimate we need another 10 to 12 officers on the island. And I knew at the time we were in for a big fight. I obviously want our own 10 to 12 UCCM officers. That wasn't happening. So I went for a quick fix, asked the OPP to send some people there. So they used that as an advantage, and they said, we're going to try Manitoulin Island as an experiment, as an overstaffing model. And again, I'll give you an example of how you use evidence against yourselves. So that overstaffing model, I'm at a meeting, and the OPP very proudly, and I'm proud of it too, because I'm all for getting people off the streets that are doing real harm to our community members. So, if anyone's been following the news in Manitoulin in the last couple of years, you'll see all these massive busts that the OBP have been doing, right? Drugs, cars getting pulled over, gang members arrested, handguns, fentanyl, cocaine, money, people wanted for murder being arrested. That's amazing, fantastic work. I said, that's great. Thank you for all those perfectly aligned stats showing exactly what happens when you have an overstaffing model and the ability of officers to do proactive work, not reactive work. And this is exactly what happens. These are the results that you get when you're able to do that. So thank you for showing us that, because now I'm going to use that in my fight that we have with our government. So I'll explain that to you just to sum up what's happened. So in 2022, I had chiefs of my community, Chief Shining Turtle, Chief Toboski, Chief Kells. Those chiefs weren't happy with the police service, and rightfully so. And I went to them and I said, you know what? You said you're not happy with the police service. You're right, it sucks. I know, I'm the head of it, but it's not the officers and the staff fault. It's underfunded. I know that. I came from a police service that's completely funded properly. We are not funded properly. And it's not just UCCM, it's all 9 services. It's ridiculous. This is 30 years. This house was built on a shaky foundation and it was never built properly. And now we're fighting for this. So, UCCM, we filed a band council resolution, and we had all of our chiefs of our community, and we had our police commission, and we had ourselves sign it. We're declaring a state of emergency for policing on Manitoulin Island. We do not have what it takes to be able to effectively take care of the communities that we're policing. That turned into a human rights complaint. That turned into APS, UCCM, and Treaty 3 banding together. And if it wasn't for that, I'll tell you, I went through it. It's terrifying. I know what Chief Nagaba went through as a chief of police, being pressured to sign agreements, because I went through it. And in 2023, the unthinkable happens. They cut off our funding completely. So to put that in perspective, there's four streams of policing here in Canada, basically. You have federal policing, which is the RCMP and military police. You have provincial policing, like the OPP and Surety to Quebec, and then you have all the municipal police services, Toronto, Greater Sudbury, Timmins, right across the country, and then you have First Nation policing. 3 of the children in the family are given a good allowance. The 4th stepchild is kicked to the curb all the time, and that's First Nation policing. And so we fought, and we're here. It's over 30 years just for UCCM, but it's been well over 40 and some places 50 years that have had some form of First Nation policing, and it's never been properly funded. Now we have other communities that want to join, and guess what? The government is offering them the 1992 funding model. Here's the original. It's got, it's got AM, FM radio, bucket seats. Thanks. That has to stop. And the way it stops is through advocacy, but it also comes with fighting. I looked up, I have numerous things that I'm fighting and I'm trying to push forward. I'm trying to do the best I can to try and get this police service, and not just our police service, but all of First Nation policing up to where it needs to be. So I'm doing everything I can. I've got a human rights complaint going forward. The government adjourned that in January. I want you to think of what happens. In the criminal world, there's something called the Jordan ruling. If your crime is not heard within an expeditious amount of time, your charges are removed and you're free to go. We're watching it in court. Look at the news. There's murderers walking free because their cases were not heard in the right amount of time. So in January, they asked for an adjournment to look at all the massive evidence that we have that we're underfunded, and they needed an adjournment to look at that. Well, in October, we reached 30 months. So in the criminal world, we would automatically win that case because they didn't come in an expeditious amount of time to hear that case. So although the Jordan ruling applies to criminal, the spirit of it is to listen to judicial matters in a timely factor. And how is that? How do you just say, we're just going to postpone a human rights complaint for all of eternity and we're never going to listen to you? We can't, we can't get them to negotiate. We're trying. I've now joined the Essential Service Committee, which is being heard in Parliament. We have our political leaders there. They're openly telling us this. I said, to me, I'm sitting there, it's ironic that we're in Parliament, part of the House of Commons, commons sense is lacking. What is the definition of essential? Essential means absolutely necessary. You can't go without it. An essential service, when you read the definition from Canada, is an essential service is a government body that takes care of the safety of the public. What is First Nation not meeting in that definition? Are our members, our community members, not essential? Or are they saying our safety is not essential? Are our officers not essential? Is our staff not essential? Take the word essential out, absolutely necessary. That's the definition of it. So what part of First Nation policing is not absolutely necessary? The safety of our community is not absolutely necessary? Are you going to tell me that if we shut down all of First Nation policing tomorrow, that the OPP and RCMP would be able to instantly take over? I'm very well aware of the state of policing across Canada and across North America. We're having problems filling those positions in traditional mainstream policing, federal, provincial, and municipal. They definitely wouldn't be able to take over First Nation communities, and they wouldn't want to. And I also know that it's going to cost them twice the money, maybe 3 times the money, in order to get us to police those areas. Why? Because I have OPP officers that come into my office and they say, oh, I'm going to work up in Pekanjikam and I'm going to make big money up there. They got to pay me overtime, double time. They got to pay for all my meals, my lodging, my airfare. It costs me nothing to go up there, and I make nothing but bank money the whole time I'm up there. So we're going to pay everybody else double and triple to go police the communities that they won't properly fund. All of this to say, what's our next move forward? Because we can keep talking about everything that's bad, but we need to have a plan to move forward. So I'm never going to stop fighting. I will keep this going. If you need a negotiator, I'm the person that's going to do it. So a few weeks ago, I was in that Essential Service Committee, and I was a guest, and I was watching the National Chief Cindy Woodhouse. She was presenting, and then I had Chiefs of Ontario Chief Abram Benedict presenting, and I'm telling you the whole time, I'm like, let me speak. I need to, I can answer everything. They're not police officers. I appreciate all of our political leadership. Grand Council Chief Duboski has been very supportive. Chief Shining Turtle was always very supportive of me. Chief Rodney, obviously very supportive. But there's questions that have to be answered by police personnel. So I volunteered to be part of that. I saw today that resolution was passed. That's excellent, because what we need, it can't just be we sort of want to fight this. It has to be loud, and it has to be your communities. We send one big resolution, each community should be writing this. This is unacceptable. We've had enough. We want our police properly funded. Everything that happens in your communities gets affected from an inadequate funded police service. Murders, attempt murders, residual crimes, human trafficking, murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. I have an Indigenous woman that's missing in our community. We don't have jurisdiction of that case. Why? UCCM doesn't meet the mandate for major case management. Major case management was brought into place way back with Paul Bernardo and Kristen Homolka, Carla Homolka. That whole investigation, the inquiry that led into that, said police must meet, when a crime meets a certain threshold, it goes to major case management. And when you meet that, you have to have this many officers doing the investigation. Well, we don't have that many detectives because we're not funded for it. And I actually am in the middle of a human rights complaint where I have an injunction in place to allow us to even have specialized units. Our funding does not allow for specialized units in First Nation policing. All of your drug issues going on in your communities, I'm very well aware of them. I'm fighting it, and I don't even have a drug unit to do it because we're not funded for it. And now I have a special injunction that allows me to do that, and I'm trying the best I can to piece it together as fast as I can. So at the end of all this, all I can say is this: I need all of your political backing to keep helping us fight this and move it forward. All of the issues in your community end up stemming from things that we are not able to do for you as a police service. And if you think you're going to opt into the OPP and go back to that, they're not coming to help you either. I know that because I've asked for help from them, and they don't have the numbers to do that. So if they take over the areas that we're already policing, you're not going to get any better policing. I would say you're actually going to be worse off. Let's fix what we have here. People fought very hard to get First Nation policing. The birth of First Nation policing came from tragedy. It came out of the Oka crisis. It came because people died because they didn't understand Indigenous rights, sovereignty, treaties. And we can't let that be forgotten. So I appreciate the resolution that you pushed forward today. I appreciate your leadership, Chief Dubosky, because without everyone supporting us, we would fall down, and we're not going to. So miigwech, and thank you for having me here today, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, James Miigwech, for that discussion on our public safety and policing. We know just how important that is every day, and he offers an outcome here on co-creating an outcome, right, where we talk about advocacy. There's a time for that, but you also need negotiators. We have to shift, right? We have to pivot. Part of our outcomes is we have to be able to do that in our organizations, and I think that's something the AN wants to talk about in our organizations. We need to talk about, we have to have these negotiators as well. They're not taking away from us. The general rule is just to make the hoop bigger. That's the idea. Don't slice up the pie, make the hoop bigger, make more room, and we've said that, and we've heard that from elders. We've said this for decades. Thank you, James, for your dedication and your willingness to be that negotiator, to be that frontline person, to come back to the leadership and seek that support and that guidance. And what are the next outcomes? The leaders are dealing with so many issues, right? And public safety is first and foremost. I don't think there's a leader in my time politically. You wanted safety in your community. You wanted people to go to school safely. You wanted children to dream the unimaginable, not go to the unimaginable messes. And you've been part of that journey with us, and we'll leave it up to the AN to take those next steps and into the communities on how we can support you. And there's messages there about writing, and I love doing that. You know, I'll join James, and you give me your resolutions. I'll make sure 1 million people get them. This is too important for us. We care about our communities, we care about our safety, and I just appreciate your compassion and your commitment and passion for this work, miigwech. So I'll turn it over to my co-chair here. She's going to have some comments, miigwech, and take over the next part.
We have one more presentation, and that presentation is, of course, the Grand Chief, and she has also invited a special guest. When I read the agenda, all it said to me was TBC. And I said, okay, we have a surprise. This is good. I'm always ready for anything. So when I walked over and I said, okay, can anybody tell me what to be confirmed is? And so they said, see that lady over there with the green sweatshirt? And she said, that's her. Does anybody know her name? So I want to welcome her. Her name is Andrea Matrosis, and she is going to be speaking with Grand Chief on the First Nation tribal engagement on the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence. And as we said, for women, water is life, so this is a key component to moving forward and advocating for us. Before they start, I just want to have a special announcement. I wanted to commend the leadership of the Anishinabek Nation. You must be commended for your ongoing and continued commitment to advocacy. Keep fighting the good fight. I want to thank the staff of the Anishinabek Nation for their help to get food for our leadership today. We couldn't do it without you. Keep fighting that same fight. I also wanted to thank my I don't want to call him my co-colleague because he's been my co-chair, he's been my backup, he was there for me when I didn't have what I needed done, and without his support, we couldn't have made the success that we had for these past few days. So I want to thank Chief Shining Turtle for his help, and I want to make sure that I wanted to get these points in before everybody runs out of here after the last say. So miigwech.
I just wanted to miigwech, Charlotte, and I can't agree more as to how amazing our leadership is. Our chiefs, our proxies, our councils across the Anishinabek Nations, and of course to our wonderful co-chairs, of course citizens of the Anishinabek Nation, and answered a call for help quite readily and have taken their jobs absolutely very seriously. So appreciate all of your effort and being here for us as well. I've been really sick today, so I appreciate your patience. But water, for most of you who know me, is absolutely very important and part of our lives as Anishinaabe women. So over the last year and a half, we've introduced a couple of resolutions, and we've made some really amazing inroads as it relates to water. We passed an assembly we passed a resolution in assembly to strengthen and revitalize the relationships we have with our First Nations brothers and sisters across the medicine line. And we've talked about and are we're almost at the finish line of entering into a memorandum of understanding with the Association of Municipalities in Ontario, speaking to those relationships, helping our friends in municipalities better understand First Nations efforts. And as a result of that, I was appointed to a board called the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Cities Initiative. And I'm only the second First Nation person to hold that role and responsibility within that board. Prior to my appointment, the appointed member was Grand Chief Kusinawa Sky Deer, and she's still part of that with me. I've asked her to support me in any absences I have if I am doing work for our nation, and she continues to help with that work. So as we rebuild these connections with our First Nations brothers and sisters, and helping to share that message of the protection of the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence Seaway, which basically the Anishinabek Nation encompasses on this side of the border, we wanted to have this presentation here and present an opportunity for our nations to be part of a committee that we just created. An opportunity to come together with our brothers and sisters in the U.S. and of course across the region for the protection of the Great Lakes, and ensuring that our voices are heard and that we are also helping to provide education and an understanding with our municipal allies. And so I just want to introduce Warden Andrea Matrosofs. I always have a hard time with her name, like our allies always have a hard time with my name, so we're even. So I'm gonna ask her to do most of the talking, and I'll jump in just because I'm a bit under the weather, so I'll turn it over to Warden. And thank you for being able to fly in today to be part of this.
Okay, and then this is what I can click. Okay, top button? Left or right? Okay, perfect. Anin, Andrea Matrosas Nijishnikas, the town of the Blue Mountains in Grey County, in Da. So I come from the town of the Blue Mountains, up on the escarpment. I live on the top of the Niagara Escarpment, right beside the shores of Georgian Bay, the south part of Georgian Bay, within the traditional territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. Mayor of the town of the Blue Mountains and Warden of Grey County
Anishinaabemowin. So Grand Chief Linda has already introduced a bit about who we are, but I'll explain a little bit more because this is a movement that has been growing for over 2 decades, but there have been some significant changes in the last couple of years that I've witnessed and walked through as things change, as the Grand Chief has indicated. So who we are a multinational coalition of municipal, First Nations, and tribal governments, government executives or leaders of our communities in whatever name or title they come from, working to protect water and promote economic prosperity in the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence region. And what's significant about that description is, one is that it does cross that medicine line. We do not recognize that border when we talk about commonality issues. We've always said the fish have no passports, and we need to be able to walk that stewardship together and be aware of what's happening on either side of the waters. But the other transition that we've done in the last few years is we've stopped calling ourselves binational and we've changed to multinational. And the significance there is that we've recognized that in order to be a whole table of discussion and conversation, that includes leaders, our chiefs from our First Nations, and that needs to be recognized in who we are and what we do. So 4 pillars that we continue to concentrate on, and the connectivity between the two. Climate and coastal resilience is very big in the work that we do. Economic transformation. Safe and affordable water, and healthy lakes and rivers. And when I see those last 2, safe and affordable water and healthy lakes and rivers, I'll describe a little bit in the presentation about a commission that we have struck in order to be able to provide water equity or water access for all communities. There is such a connection there, because we know that as a human ecosystem, we are living in balance and stewardship within and with the natural ecosystem. That the water isn't here just to serve humans. We've changed our way of thinking. We're learning from what you've known all along. That it has to be that balance. And in order for us to provide safe drinking water, we need to make sure that we're respecting the waters that it comes from, and that they are healthy as well, and that the water can thrive on its own. The economic transformation is also very key to what we do as an organization in our attempt to walk the journey of reconciliation. I have learned from past Chief Greg Najawan of the Chippewas of Nawash, the kind of connection that he envisions when they integrate their economic transformation within their own community, and what it needs to be and what we need to do as a whole of a country in order to support that. So our commitment to First Nations and tribal partnerships is sharing that knowledge and best practices, and identifying shared priorities with these kinds of gatherings where we come together and have a conversation at the table and ask each other, what can we do to support each other? It's about supporting and joining. It says here, advocating for First Nations and tribal priorities to municipal level, state level, provincial level, and federal governments. But we recognize very carefully that we are in a supportive role, that we are here to listen to the advice that comes from our First Nations Advisory Committee in terms of what we can do and what we can do to support the voice that you have strong and that you are trying to continue to advocate on your own. So in order to encourage membership as we expand into First Nations and tribal memberships, we are currently an organization of over, I think we're about 350 now members. That would be First Nations members, it would be municipality members, county members, cities, small towns, everyone who has a shared interest in our common watershed of the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence. So what we've done is we've said we want to be able to stand behind that and say this is how important it is that we want to expand our membership with First Nations representation. So we are offering something called the Turtle Island Scholarship. And as you are well represented here by the Grand Chief, you can also look at that as individual community memberships. That's what happens in my county. So I may be representing Grey County, and there are 9 municipalities within Grey County. But some of us, 3 of us, are actually individual members as well as being part of that larger one. It works very well to have all those layers of voices at the table. So we offer a complimentary membership to the city's initiative. We offer free registration and travel to support the annual conference. This next conference is actually going to be quite achievable for those of us who are in this area because it will be in Hamilton this year. And that will be in May. And then also priority access to the city's initiative programs and opportunities, and the committee that Grand Chief Linda will talk about later in our presentation will be a little bit of an insight about what opportunities there are with that. So we really do want to focus on what the critical issues are impacting First Nations and tribal communities. We've already heard from the Grand Chief that there is a connection to Chief Skydeer over in Montreal, and that really is the key. It's certainly the reason why I chose to raise my hand and get further involved in this organization. Because I had my experience with sitting on conservation authority boards and understanding the value and the necessity to look at water as a whole watershed, because water does not recognize lines that are drawn on a map. It knows what it needs to do, and we have to be able to support that ecosystem. So within that, when I left that work and became mayor, I knew that I wanted to spend time working with the whole of the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence watershed. It means that the headwaters that start right beside my house, the headwaters of Mill Creek, that trickles from my house, heads down, becomes the mighty Beaver River, and then gushes into the south of Georgian Bay and outward. That same water will be with our neighbors out in Quebec City just before it heads to the ocean. So it's that connectivity that we really holistically work on with our themes. And you'll see there is a list of our membership thus far with across Turtle Island. You'll see quite a long list coming from the United States side, and you'll see yourselves here in the First Nations of Canada. So we look to grow that. I do continue conversations with my neighbors in the Bruce Peninsula as well as down in the Grand River, hoping that we'll see some growing leadership further south in Ontario as well, and to see the map of who is represented here around this table. I'm very honored to be invited here to speak to you about this organization, because if you could consider joining Grand Chief Linda in advocacy about the water issues, it would have a profound effect on us, because it would teach us from all corners of our watershed. Some of you may be familiar with the programs that we've done, and I think we're getting close to the point where I'll look to the Grand Chief if she'd like to be able to jump in and add extra details here. But we have partnered, the city's initiative, our organization has partnered with the Benogamy Shared Circle, and we've been able to participate in that education and learning so that we can responsibly walk this journey of truth and reconciliation and what it means for our watershed and each and every one of the communities that absolutely needs to thrive. So we had in 2025 a member resolution just came forth when we were meeting in May of 2025, and this established a new committee on the First Nations and tribal engagement with a mandate to explore these topics and issues and recommendations to the city's initiative board of directors. So both Grand Chief Linda and I sit on the board of directors, but we are informed by this new advisory committee that has been struck. And that is what just before I pass the microphone back to the Grand Chief on some of the other items, that's what I've personally witnessed. When I came to the organization as a newly minted mayor in 2022, there was a story at our annual general meeting in 2022 where the water walkers came to honor us by opening it. And then they looked around the room and they said, we don't see our representation here. And that was our calling, to start thinking very carefully about how we wanted to walk forward. This organization was started by the Mayor of Toronto and the Mayor of Chicago 25 years ago, when they realized they had a shared stewardship in the waters between them and needed to work together. It was a great way to get started, but we shouldn't have stopped there. We should have been able to continue to recognize the communities further beyond that are not necessarily squares of municipalities around the watershed. So I did notice that change, and then that's when Chief Skydeer joined us in the following year. And then here we are in 2025 with this new engagement committee and more First Nations and tribal members joining us. So with that, Grand Chief Linda, if you'd like, I can move the slides for you, but do you want to just, okay. We'll talk a little bit further about what that committee does.
I can assure everybody here that, we always often feel like they create committees for advisory and it's a checkbox exercise. For most of you who know me, understand that I would not participate in something that I believe and feel that is a checkbox exercise. It has to have value for our nations. It has to have value for our vision, our priorities, and so that's why, I'm absolutely honored to be part of this. I just want to go back a couple of slides here. So the map at the bottom right corner is a map created by Canadian Geographic as part of the Benogamy Shared Circle. Members of the Benogamy Shared Circle include myself, our former Grand Council Chief Patrick Madabi, Chief Duncan Michano, former Grand Chief Kasinawa Skydeer, and we have Bree Bizaka, who I think she's our U.S. policy manager. On this map, what's been created is that you can actually use QR codes and it pops up a story. And Chief Machano has spoken about the importance around his community in the waters of Lake Superior and that watershed. I'm part of those stories. We have others that are part of those stories. And they've created these giant maps, like it would fill probably in this circle, our most giant ones, and those are the ones that travel. These maps have been brought to our Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative gatherings and meetings, and every mayor, whether it's a big city mayor of Chicago or a small town mayor, it's so impactful, and it helps them understand the magnitude of our shared responsibility to protect these waters. And the shared responsibility, I believe, is rooted in the treaty relationship we have, but also the inherent relationship we have with our brothers and sisters across the medicine line. And so this map, Benogamy, is a part of the relationship and partnership with the city's initiative, and I believe very integral to the movement we're doing. So in this picture, you see Bree. Bree is an amazing Anishinaabeg. She comes from the Bad River Band in the US. And one of the amazing things about her is that she was an intern for the former US Interior, what was her name? Yes. So she entered with Deb Haaland when she was the US Secretary of State of the Interior. So she comes from a very strong background of, First Nations women that are rooted in their traditions and culture. So she supports my work, she supports the work of the board, she supports the CEO. And our CEO is the CEO of this organization is a very full of energy individual, and he would like to correct things right away, but in First Nations land we have to remind him, you need to slow down. You have to build the relationship first. You have to learn to understand. And I was talking with one of my colleagues here earlier, and we're talking about how, when we as women, we just need our men to hear what we're talking about. And sometimes the men are like, well, I can fix it by doing this. You know, he's learning how to better engage and build that relationship with our nations, but he's so excited to do it, and he's led the inclusion, the proper inclusion of our nations in this initiative. So the Menominee Nation chairperson is the gentleman, that's the shortest one. His name is Joey Awapoi, and he's the chairperson of the Menominee Nation. And when we talk with each other, and we really connected down in Wisconsin, he carries the traditions. He's a knowledge keeper. He carries the ceremonies as well. And him and I really connected, and I think that connection is really did solidify my belief in what this is doing as a whole. And we communicate often, and the two taller gentlemen are his advisors, and that what we also talked about, I shared with the chairman, is that our nation recently approved a resolution to reconnect with our U.S. tribal members, and this is an opportunity where we can also do that as well, that our nations can come together with each other. Because I can tell you this, based on my experience, they're experiencing a lot of the same things we are here in Canada. And I believe bringing our nations together, we can also become that powerhouse of influence on both sides of the border for our citizens. So the First Nation and Tribal Engagement Committee, we have two co-chairs, president, and in the US they call their chiefs presidents. In Canada we call them chiefs, so that's why they're called presidents. So President Shannon Holsey, she comes from the Stockbridge-Munsee community, and former Grand Chief of Kahnawake, Kasinaway Sky Deer. So our committees, our meetings are starting to get a lot more First Nations and Indian tribes attending, and we just recently had our first meeting, I think a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, and we started to talk about how we can help inform the work that is being done, so it does have positive impacts in our communities. And you know, the U.S. nations talked about their rice fields, and I'm sitting there thinking, you know, a lot of our communities in Ontario have repatriated their rice fields and got them to grow again, and the work being done here. And you know, here's so many opportunities to really do this cross collaboration and best practices to help support each other in those things. And a lot of the nations down there also are subjected to these weird, you know, land holdings by the US, and we're subjected to these weird Canadian policies, right? So I think that there's a lot of overlap. But the presidents who did attend, I felt like I was at home. I felt like I was in an assembly, and it felt really good. And what even feels better is that they're not just an engagement committee. They're actually part of the larger solution with the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative. And I know I've shared with our nations before that I've often been on committees or boards where you become that token First Nation person. And of course, with that trauma, I went into this thinking, I hope I'm not just that token person. But that thought was quickly erased based on the level of engagement. You know, having influence over a mayor who is surrounded by security personnel, really big people, actually paying attention and relating to what I was saying. And what I say is not just from me, it's from our grandmothers. It's from listening to our women. It's from listening to our men who support the work of our women in protecting the water. So I carry that message as well. So there's going to be monthly meetings. And we will be presenting a report to the big annual meeting in Hamilton that's going to be happening. So after our initial committee and the meeting, which was just a little while ago, we talked about you know, ensuring that there is that support to the tribal and First Nation priorities under key water quality agreements. So there are right now where Canada is involved, Canada-Ontario agreements, the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement, and that's where, you know, Canada, Ontario, and Quebec are also involved in. And those committees don't really have a lot of First Nation engagement. They make these decisions on their own, even with the IJC. They're a bit slower, but this Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Cities initiative actually is very impactful. And I saw that being part of, you know, the delegation that attended the Capitol in Washington, and being able to connect with some of these water border governors and state representatives in a very meaningful way, even though I'm from Canada. But I also reminded them, we have dual citizenship, so they also need to listen to us too. And so those pieces were actually very successful in that sense. And it was very interesting being part of that delegation. It didn't matter who I was standing with, whether they were a Democrat or Republican, or they were conservative leaning or liberal leaning or NDP leaning, or didn't really care about any type of government at that point. But we all had a common interest. And in that common interest, we realized we had a common responsibility, and the only way we can achieve any of this work is by doing it together. So a lot of the initiatives that have been done, they've been able to help secure funding for different municipalities as part of their success in these decades beforehand, to help with that shoreline restoration, to help with all of these things we are trying to do in our own silos in our communities. And this presents an opportunity to be part of that, to work with our neighbors in collaboration of protecting the very water we need to survive, the very water that the Creator gave us the responsibility in taking care of. We talked about implementing our traditional ecological knowledge to combat coastal erosion and protect traditional harvesting practices, funding for water access and infrastructure, you know, combating aquatic invasive species, and our fisher people understand that quite well in their harvesting stories and their requests for advocacy and protecting what sustains them and their families and all of us. And economic transformation, working with municipalities to create a more sustainable regional economy in partnership, not just as a checkbox exercise. And so bringing this here today is in hopes that your nations will join you know, this committee. Come to these meetings, they're virtual. Your voice is important, but more importantly, it's an opportunity for us to strengthen our relationship with the U.S. tribal nations that we've not done for a while. The last time we met with our U.S. tribal brothers and sisters, I believe, was in 2000. Yeah, 25 to 30 years, and that's way too long. Yeah, and our Nokomis Donna remembers that. And I know our Women's Council were very excited, and our Nokomises were very excited when this nation passed that resolution this past summer, building that back. So if you do want to get involved, we have, and this deck will be shared by email. Sarah will send that out to everybody. But if you want to get involved, if your communities want to get involved, you can contact Bree, or you can contact me as well. They're very communicative, and they have a lot of information, and there's absolutely a lot of best practices as well, and a lot of relationships that have and are continuing to be built. And I think you know, Andrea can, you know, share how even in this little time, how much education has been given to, you know, municipal leaders and other state leaders in really understanding First Nations and tribal nations. But more importantly, they're realizing that we were right this whole time. So absolutely important to protect the waters, important to protect the watershed, and important to bring this awareness, because we see time and time again, and our grandmothers remind us that, you know, we seem to always take our biche for granted. Gets it. Oh, where's the... Do we have a mic?
Back in the corner, it's coming.
Bonjour. Evite kwelen genin digo Anishinabek kwenda gigondo dema web she genin not magna. I've been waiting for this day. It's been a long time. I remember there was a meeting in Niagara Falls, and there was leadership there from the Canadian side and from the American side. We met there, and it was, you know, we committed to work together. And there was a spotted eagle feather passed from Grand Council Chief Francis Kavanaugh. I remember it so clearly. And he said, he passed it, I can't remember to who, he passed it to someone on the other side and said to them, we'll meet again in, I think he said in 14 months. This is, you know, this is what this represents. So they had that commitment, but the meeting never happened. I've been waiting. I was wondering, you know, how come that meeting never happened? But here we are. And for you, the Binagam, the story, that was myself and our language commissioner, Barbara Nolan, that made that video. And that's on the website. Yeah, so I'm so glad that it's, you know, that it's going to be used again, because it's just been sitting there, I guess. We had made that, oh, it's got to have been maybe 5 years ago. Yeah, we started working with Patrick Madalby on with water, I forget what that group is called now, but anyway, yeah, so we've been waiting for it. So miigwech for bringing this to us here. Miigwech.
Okay, you can speak now if you want. Go ahead.
Miigwech, I want to make sure that the final words are coming from the Grand Chief and not from myself, but she fulfilled explaining what we do as the community, but this and the stories of what has happened before that didn't continue to turn into action is why we're here and why we're working together. And I think I really haven't understood, coming from the municipal side, about the value of what you've been saying about meeting with your brothers and sisters from across the medicine line, and how this can be a valuable place where everyone can fill a place around the circle. So it is a learning journey for me to go along and to be able to learn more beyond the ecology of watershed, but also to understand it from a First Nations perspective, and to hear what resonates and what we need to do to take action, and not just speak good words but then find that things fall off. So in conclusion, I would like to, I have two things I would like to do. One is Grand Chief Linda, this morning, I had soaked my willow because, as I mentioned, I live on the top of the Niagara Escarpment and I cultivate basket willow. And I go into the Crown land and I take 10-inch cuttings and then I cultivate it for first and second year shoots. So this morning I had pre-prepared the willow, I had soaked it in my pond, and I prepared for you two fish here, made as this is from my home. So this is the willow that I work with, the willow that grows around me. It is the reminder of the connectivity that I have as a human to nature's ecosystem. And they are fish because of what we do together. And remembering that the fish do not recognize borders, and neither should we. So I have two here. I think one of them is you and one of them is me, and we're swimming this journey together. So this is my thanks to you for honoring me with an invitation to come and speak to you today. So with that, I will say Miigwech, Bizin Dawig Yeg. This is the first time I've actually been practicing in Anishinaabemowin beyond Miigwech and Anin. So thank you for welcoming me and letting me practice and learn.
Miigwech. I don't know if I'm the little fish or big fish. Probably the bigger one. No, thank you for this gift, and I think this gift is better fit to sit with our bundle to remind us of that relationship. So the next time we have our ceremonies, we'll bring these in to represent that shared responsibility for our bish, and these can be part of our Anishinabek Nation bundle. Gets it, was giving me sign language. But just to give some context to the size of our Great Lakes, the drainage basin of the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence River is it's over 1.3 million square kilometers worth of beach, which is roughly the size of Peru and 1.4 times the size of France. And that's huge. And Chief Shining Turtle helped me with this information. The volume of water is around 23,000 cubic kilometers. So if you covered our Great Lakes and its basin over Canada, Canada would be over 2 meters or 6 feet deep, covered with water. The entire population of the world uses 4,000 cubic kilometers of water, of fresh water per year. So our basin has 6 years of the entire world's supply of water. 6 years. That's not a long time. And with the way the world is going and how our ancestors and our elders have continuously reminded us how important it is to protect the water, even more so now. Never mind the politics that are happening, never mind all of these things, all of these distractions. We have to protect the very thing that sustains us, because without that, nothing else is going to matter. And we have that responsibility, and it feels really good that we're building these allies to help them understand even at a deeper level as to how important that is. So I want to thank Andrea for traveling here today. She was telling me she was either going to drive or fly, whatever it took for her to get here. And I'm like, good luck. I know you'll get here somehow, because this is important. So I do encourage every one of our nations to join this committee. Your voice is important. And if you join, you can also send one of your grandmothers of your community or women water walkers in your community to be that representative of your community as well. I know how busy our chiefs are, but somebody to represent your nation and to take that back to your communities. And really excited to where this goes, and I'm really excited to work with Chairman Awapaway, because I know what we're going to plan on doing at that annual gathering, and I know we're planning on a ceremony because we have not yet done that. And that's what I'm absolutely very excited for, and I'm going to work with our Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities initiatives to at least bring 2 of our elders to that annual meeting. And I'm going to work with our U.S. tribal nations, because we as elected leaders have a role, but our elders have an integral role as well, and they're here always. You know, we all have a shelf life, but our elders don't. So I want to make sure that you know, they're absolutely part of that, and to share that wisdom and reconnect as well. And I know that Andrea will be supportive of that idea and that vision for the annual gathering in Hamilton. So again, I encourage all of our nations to join, to be part of this movement, and to do it in a different way. Chimigwach.
I don't think you have to go too far because we're doing our closing now. Yep. Thank you very much. Maybe there's a chance for a picture with the elders and the Getsit with our guests, and I think that would be nice as a good symbol and something that we can share. Yeah, you can do that now, right? And Grand Chief, can you go over there? Maybe the deputy as well. A group of you can get a picture with our guest. Deputy Grand Chief. Oh, you're available. So we'll get that picture taken care of, and then we're going to move into our closing. So we do have a number of just... Deputy, we need to join for a picture. Get an opportunity, thank you. Wave. Somebody's tired. Thank you. Miigwech. So we have the closing comments by the Grand Chief, Linda Debaski, and then Deputy Grand Chief Chris Plain. And then we have a closing prayer. Getsit the Sinaway will carry out that closing prayer, and then a traveling song. So if we, maybe we can just come a little closer if we have time. So we'll turn that over to the Grand Chief. You've done a lot for 2 days, lots of work. It's been a real pleasure sitting with you and just hearing all the reports. Miigwech.
So before she goes, I just wanted to say to everyone that stayed late, Chimigwech, for your time, your commitment, and for staying with us so late. I know I made a commitment to get you out of here by 4:30. It's a little after 5, but I didn't keep you here till 8, so that was the bonus. Miigwech for your time, and I wanted to just turn it over to the leadership because they too have been at it all morning, every morning. They were at sunrise with us. They were working the late hours with us as well, so we were going over things. So they have been giving 110% these past 2 days as well. Miigwech.
I just want to say a big chimigwech to our Deputy Grand Council Chief Chris for really taking the lead on my behalf today. I'm grateful for the support of our leadership, our regional chiefs, and of course our chiefs for understanding me not being well today. So I just want to say chimigwech to my deputy, to our deputy, for taking that lead role. And I just want to say chimigwech to all of our leadership, and just a reminder that, you know, we at the Anishinabek Nation will always be here for you. We care about you, we care about our citizens, and we continue to work very, very hard. And I want to say chimigwech to our Getsits for always giving us that support, reminding us that we always need to be grounded in ceremony, and when we are, no matter the worst that comes to us, we will get through it as our ancestors have done. So chimigwech. And I'm just going to keep my comments brief. It's late. We will meet again in the near future, and I want to turn it over to Deputy.
Let's hear it for our Grand Chief.
You know, we're often told we got to make sure we take care of ourselves, and so I think we might have to direct Linda to take a couple days off before the weekend, and then maybe she can recoup by next week. But we really do care about you, and we know you care about us, and that's why you're still here. But I know it's getting late, and I wanted to acknowledge the drum for being here with us, bringing us in after breaks and whatnot. We know that you know, you have a very big role here, and I wanted to thank all of the delegates and all the staff who have stayed till the end. You know, we've had a great 2 days. We've had sunrise, Anishinaabemowin. So that's the word for ceremony, and I'm going to try to make sure I use that in place of that word every time once I get it down packed. Of course, I'm not a fluent speaker. I'm barely a speaker, but I try to pick up what I can. I wanted to, at this time, show our appreciation for our co-chairs, Charlotte and Franklin, and we do have a couple of gifts here for them. We think you did a very, very good job. I don't know if this is your first assembly chairing. I know that you've both probably chaired council meetings. I know Charlotte, Shining Turtle has chaired many, many council meetings, but this is a little bit different of environment. I think they did a bang-up job, and I hope we see them again soon. And like Grand Chief says, we care about you. We're here for you. You know where to reach us anytime on a personal note, whatever the case may be, we'll be there to support you. And like you're here to support us. And, you know, we're all in this together. And I look forward to the next Grand Council in the summer. But up until then, I wish you all the best, and I wish you all safe travels home. And look forward to seeing each and every one of you again. And just, you know, in my opening comments, I wanted to address that I've been to about a little bit more than half of the First Nations in my term. I've been to others outside of my term, but not within my current role. So I'm going to be endeavoring to, we've been halfway through our term, I'm going to get to the rest of your communities and do those community visits like I promised. I think the Grand Chief is ahead of me in that community visit department, but nonetheless, I think I've been to most of the Northern Superior, and from being from the Southwest, it's a long trip up there, and you know, you have such a beautiful territory, and you've been also welcoming, and I've been to most of the Southeast communities, so, and I live in the Southwest, I go there every day, but you know, Lake Huron region is a region that I need to finish out, and a few of the Southeast communities like Pikwakanagan, I know I gotta pay a visit there, and I look forward to visiting your communities and meeting your people, because what's drawn to me to your communities is some of the people and some of the citizens I've met, some of your elders, some of your language speakers. They come up and they come and talk to us, and it's a really good, warm, welcoming feeling. So with that, I wish you all safe travels home, and look forward to seeing you the next time. Until then, Bamapi.
And I want to acknowledge the staff. They really worked well with us. We're a bit new at this level, obviously. I do want to say thank you very much to all the staff. You did tremendous work. I was, you know, points of, it gets a little bumpy along the way, but you know, you're very skilled at this, and you have an amazing team. Like, let's just give them a round of applause. We have some powerful leaders. And our elders who, right through it all, right from 5 o'clock in the morning, and to be here all that time, and then late into the evening, and taking all the questions and providing those teachings. That's a real gift. Like, we learn and learn and relearn. It's just been a privilege spending time with you. So I'm going to turn it over to Getsit now to do the closing prayer, and then we have our drum to march us home. Miigwech, how Getsit.
Aha, minogita de mekunim de nemangdedik, enem kian kutendego. Unot kossegana de moidos senigado temia. Amne to de benjgein migachet megu minongding, iwi du koyang. Ijali meang. Ussema itap namotanishnabe. Aha, minongding. Wie mam de dort nicht nabeke gemacht. Ich bin der Quaschke da dort gemacht. Ich bin der Mord ne. Machen die Gette nicht nabe. Keep Makana Anishinabe. Get the mot knocking again. Kinundana is Gaboyat. Nimustuna is Gaboyat. Mi wat said me going on in the talk with the demon in Dalmaga. You be the guest, you know, give you a business shake. Kay no when duck me was in the knock, Poganak, Rani Gan Bezot, Rani Gan not Nishnabe. Kay me was in the now when I make not to walk, Ganani Wayat, business shot. Kay what have been the two hotel. Get game in the comptars of the Schnabe and the common. Me what shrag no, and the look, then the common non got a bit to admit the comptars of the Schnabe. Memon to it tutte. How you get this, Minango, me ish coming as young, Minan what him neto. Me what sharks is get off chance so called Schnabe got not a big jet pabosing. Me what said me room, then they marked the Nandaka charge. Kino, me ho sig makken de geeks. Geget ni nun dame ni bena. Es gab de Schnabe. Kenig mi got chen is nitu, ka wo met de win. As het makke de ni. We not ma ja. Bangi ni o sig kedema. Get ma is gedi. Bangi wat de in daan hawe we kenzi. Du kejet tunners. Not ma ja. Es is kedema. Ah, nango des Nedoka Yagababi dig, Mr. Gino is a week. The Mama Chai, you know. Sema, the Bagjab and I would be taken $1 away. With us, get in the Gatamoyang, Matazin. Me, as you said, man, can I got the woman, Matazin? Get it about Matazang, must start one mother chimskote. Get. Mi got sendame. Jimmy was getting in them, and Sebebes work or Chinabe, Garbage, all years again. And then I marked the dick, I should go down against it in Schnabe. Mi got send them. Bawami no, at work dadene. People know she's sick. Mr. Shit down Chicago. Come out out as me. Can it connoss me? He get gemessen die woman dyke. Gaben ze bike, was ook gedai geweest, nik in died. Was ook kaas gemessen nik. Get up no gym, no shake. Gemessen nik ook geen oge. Miderse, kabine gaton oda kaas skune ke daban ge gad de man pi. Ni jogut. Das mi geni nik netu. Mister de jit tang de mi genat ook ge no. Zaget ze gaat ode mi jit tang. De komt nog aan de migenat ook. Haast dat beschacht is geen nou. Ik ben nog migenat gewoon. Mijn boy hebben de mak. Mijn geest nog aan de komt daar in de komen. Dan komt daar naar migenat gewoon. Ze naani met een snabel ze zeggen je gaat tot. Geen nou in de web dat sossen. Mijn ziet ik is nou ook. Geen dit kon aan de zeggen je doet. En de woord je hebt staat bij matzig. Want kunnen touch mungi. Aan mij was niks. What I just said there was miigwech. We're done. And what we have to do now is get the Eagle staffs here. Retire them. Oh, where's Art? Chief. We have flags here. Do we have enough people to take these out too? No? Maybe I just need, there's these two. So we're going to dance around here once you start. And then out the door over there. We're just going to, after that song, after we retire the flags, we'll travel the song after. Oh, mi watch.
Dance mode? Yeah. Okay.
around here, after. Right around.
Yeah.
much. Hey, good job.